Should probably turn the mic on if I want to have you guys hear me. Good morning, Devo. Good morning, Rob. Rob says my broken TV update for those who care. A new 349 65-inch TV from who else? Best Buy has been purchased. Congratulations. Good morning, Molly. All right. Okay. Good morning, Nanya Business. Good morning, Cindy. And I guess I should say, good morning, Vietnam. One-way ticket to Vietnam, just going on vacation. All right, let's see. Chat poll. How many of you, obviously, purchased just a one-way ticket for a vacation? Raise hands. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Jen for Justice. All right. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Okay, so yay, a jury is sat. I was watching Joel on STS last night. He is actually at the trial. Good morning, Becky. Did I say good morning to you? If not, good morning. And if I have, good morning twice. He is, yeah, well, that makes sense, Cindy. Only to fly to a cruise port and the ship brings us back. Yes. So apparently they ended up picking 12 jurors and 2 alternates. They wanted 3. I guess they ended up with 2 and said, that's good. Let's just get a move on here. So, good morning, Jared. Jared says, no 75-year-olds purchase one-way tickets for anything. I agree. I don't know. I was hoping that she'd match my vibe. I tried to wear my little light yellow Donna Adelson cardigan. Maybe I should go pick one up from Goodwill. Kelly says, I can't wait for Donna to be convicted. Me too. Becky says, at the age they normally plan extensively before traveling too far for health reasons. Yeah, I mean, they did kind of plan extensively. They had their safe set. They had Wendy come over and look at everything. Okay, so yes, 14 jurors, 12 jurors and 2 alternates instead of the 15 that they were originally planning for. The breakdown, I guess, is 8 men and 6 women. And I actually I took notes because I was watching Joel say about the guys. So apparently 4 of the men are around 40 years old. There is a 30-year-old. There is a 25-year-old. There is a 45-year-old. And then there is a 60-year-old. And that is the guy who has the kids that do YouTube. And the guy who was, I guess, arrested for falsely arrested, the cops thinking that he was his brother or something. So I remember that guy. Good morning, Piper. Is that not insane? Like, I mean, she would have at least had some sort of plausible explanation to say that, oh yeah, this was a vacation if she would have just bought the return ticket. Good morning, Carrie E. All right. So then and apparently they're all white women or white men, except there's one black man who is 40 years old for the male side of the jury. And then the women, there's one black middle-aged woman, he said in her mid-50s. There are 2 white middle-aged women, mid to late 40s, early 50s. There's a Hispanic woman around 45 years old. Then there's a 55-year-old white woman and a 35-year-old white woman. So, um, yeah, there's that 60-year-old guy. Joel says that he's ex-military. Again, that's the one who has the kids in YouTube, which I'm surprised that wasn't automatically struck. But oh my gosh, what a day yesterday. What an absolute day yesterday. What, baby doll? Okay, hold on. Daddy's downstairs. You want to go see him? Okay. So yeah, and then they were talking a little bit about Josh Zellman and how he is, usually very personable. Of course, we didn't really see that. And good morning, Sherry D. And he said that, he actually made the comment, well, Georgia and Sarah are so personable that he's going to look terrible in comparison. And I don't really think that's it. I think I don't know. And I was talking to my husband about it last night, and I said, I've got to show you some of this guy grilling the jury pretty much. And he says, I watched a little bit of it yesterday, and I said, I don't know why he was such an asshole. He says, well, he's on the losing team. He says, and the losing team is always mad and the winning team is always excited. I said, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Okay. So I I made some posts last night. All right, so let's go ahead and look at these. Oh, and I feel bad too because I stopped the feed last night thinking that it was over, and then they came back on and they talked for a few more minutes. So I felt like an asshole. So I'm sorry for that. Okay, let's go ahead and peek over here. So here's Harvey in all of his beady-eyed glory. He also looks like a little angry Muppet. Do you know what he looks like? I was trying to place him. He looks like the old men that sit up in like the box, the theater box, and the Muppets that just like heckle the Muppets the entire time. That's what he looks like. I'll do a side by side. Trust me. Trust me. Okay, and this you would have seen on my this is on my thumbnail today. I joked and said I mailed the defense team a bunch of these t-shirts that I made. I was hoping to see them in them today, but maybe they're saving them from opening statements or for opening statements. So her shirt says she's got a Vietnam ticket, one way, of course. And one way or another, I'm going to find you. I'm going to get you. I had to rewatch her testimony from her Arthur trial the other day to see exactly the BS that she was trying to say, the reasoning why she went to Vietnam, which is absolutely just like comically bad. She's like, it was, well, she even screwed up, herself, because she's going to be a mess on the stand. I hope to God that they put her on the stand because she's going to be a disaster. But she's saying, Javi said, we were just so traumatized after what happened to Charlie. And we said we just want to go for some peace and to clear our heads. And it was Charlie's idea, or it was Javi's idea. And then she later says, a little later in the testimony, that, she was the one that said they should go there so they could come back faster. Should they be arrested? It doesn't make any sense. Good morning, Uncle Roger. Yeah, Amy says that guy almost put me to sleep. He did the same thing to the jury. And Joel actually mentioned what we were talking about yesterday. Is he purposely doing this? And he said the same thing, that he completely lost the jury. And Sherry D says, Muppet Man. Devo says, love this song. Diva says, I was thinking, does anyone think that Charlie will tell the entire story so Donna doesn't have to testify? I don't think that would be a good idea. Charlie is already convicted. And Zellman actually is the one that told him that. So I don't think hearing the story from a guy who's already in prison for this, who has been convicted by a jury already, is going to be the way to go, personally. Good morning, Truth and Justice. Truth and Justice is up for Donna, but neither came for, oh yeah, Harvey is, yeah, I know. Neither came for Charlie to support him. What a horrible family. She should have taken the blame and let the kids off. That's what I said, too. I said that straight up. I said, obviously I would never murder somebody, but if I committed a crime with my kid and I was 75 and they had a 5-year-old son or daughter and were in the early 40s, how Charlie was, I would have taken the blame for all of that. All of that. Like, that's so crazy. G-Laugh says, you mean kill ya? Good morning, G-Laugh. Good morning, Matt Mello. I can't believe the old grandma look ploy. There's no pictures I've ever seen of Donna dressing like this. Yeah. I mean, and Joel said that up on the PowerPoint that they put up, and I don't remember seeing this, but Joel said that they put up a picture of her and it was from like 10 years ago. And she was like, she had on these huge diamond earrings in the picture. The defense team did this. So I don't know where they're trying to go with that. Yeah, Amy says the jury knows that nobody in Miami dresses in a cardigan sweater. I mean, nobody in Florida. I have a kitty. On the roof right now. Hold on. What are you doing? Come here. Spooky baby kitty. She just climbed onto the roof. How did you even manage? On the roof. Come to my window. All right. Sherry D says, Wendy, she's a maniac. Part of Sarah Yusuf's deposition video. Yeah, the maniac is so good. Oh my gosh, I'm going to butcher your name. Zvonimir? Is that even close? Hi from Croatia. Great analysis of Witch in Panic Mode. Good morning, Zvonimir. I hope I am close on your name. Good morning, Beach Nut. She says, good morning, justice for Dan. Let the guilty pay. 100%. Sassy Banjo says, hi, Jackie. Good morning, Sassy Banjo. Yeah, Piper, can't Donna arrange her face into a personal expression? You'd think that you would be aware of, having a face that didn't look like you were absolutely like livid the whole time. My cat is going to come over and try to step on all this stuff. Get out of here. That's my little spooky baby kitty. She perpetually assaults me in the morning if I don't give her enough pets. So, all right. So yeah, let's go over more of my. I also said I was able to get a close-up picture of the fruit fly that's been tormenting my live stream. God damn it! Wouldn't you know it's Harvey? No wonder why he's been stuck in my room for 3 days straight. He's 80 years old. As somebody corrected me, he just turned 81 last month. How is he supposed to find his way out on his own? He can't. He's stuck. Yeah, Donna does look furious and pissed. Not a great look, Piper. I agree. She looks terrible. Thank you for becoming a member, G-Laugh. Anybody? So usually the member link is when you go to my channel, like if you go to my actual channel, where the subscribe button used to be, if you're already subscribed, there will be a button that says join. And that is where I'll post the link here in a minute. Also. Yeah, I mean, Devo, she has the capability of smiling. I mean, she laughed a couple of times when her lawyers were up there. But overall, she just looks, completely rotten. Her and Fulford together are just like, and it's not only that it's just Georgia and Sarah who are personable and warm as shit and so obviously loving, have such a nice personality, but Judge Everett. And we missed this together because I so rudely cut off the stream, not realizing that we were having more stuff. It was just a few minutes of questions from the jury, but one of the questions the juror asked was, "Can we bring food?" And Judge Everett said, "Yes, of course." And then he says, "I went to Costco and personally and bought everybody snacks. I hope you like them." Like, who are you? How is he so nice? Good morning, Denise. Good morning, Italian Mama. Yes, Rob, I hate Harvey as well. Yeah, we should send edible arrangements to Everett, Georgia, and Sarah. I agree. Okay. Okay, I stayed up way too late last night, and I was sitting in my bed, like, trying not to wake my husband up, and just, like, when you're, like, crying, like, laughing silently, and you're crying, and you're just like, tears are almost streaming down your face. It's not very often that I crack myself up, but oh my god, this killed me. Donna's twinning and winning dream team. Please. The baby dinosaur. Why are they the same exact character? And I'm pretty sure, I need to look this up, but I'm pretty sure the dinosaurs have had to have been done by Jim Henson too. Like, how could they have not been? All right. I'm looking it up right now, in case you're not familiar. No, okay. That didn't give me the answer that I wanted. I'll look it up later. Devo got 2.5 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours too. Yeah, I'm used to it. I haven't slept in 2 decades, so it's really not even a stretch for me. I don't know what's wrong with me, guys. So I put a picture up of Josh Zellman, and somebody commented this yesterday in the chat. Who here believes snitches get stitches? Juror 22. I see you shaking your head, yes. Oh my gosh. I can't. And please, I even gave him the baby dinosaur's little hands. Oh my god. I was really disappointed when Daddy Rashbaum left Donna because I was like, great. Now I'm not going to have any of this. I was so upset thinking that I would never have any more material, but I think I'll be good. Okay, and I also posted a short. We have a little bit of time. Okay, so this is what good morning, Kate loves you, 88. So when I posted this short initially, they copyright claimed it and blocked it. And then I don't know, maybe somebody from YouTube watched it and they're like, it's too funny. Maybe the creators of My Best Friend's Wedding watched it and they're like, no, let it slide. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. I really hope I think in my own little mind that, like, hopefully Georgia wakes up one day and the algorithm has put one of my videos in her feed and she's able to get a little chuckle. So I know we watched this yesterday, but it's kind of worth watching again. And I'll play this one because this is the one that I didn't put lines all over initially. But it's good for me. And if you okay, I'm like I'm 42 years old. So I feel like all of my references to shows and music kind of give my age away. But oh my gosh, I used to love Dog the Bounty Hunter. That show was the best. All right, so here we go. Here is our little, of course, Wendy has not been arrested yet, but I'm hoping that it'll look something like this.
This is super awkward. My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He's convinced.
That's nice.
I don't know, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from what my take on it, that's his take on it. Right. He knows I could be crazed. He just sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
Head blown off?
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it at least. And he said he looked at her and said, "Wendy, that's totally inappropriate."
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah. And in the morning when she was here, it was a church ceremony in the morning, the party at night. In the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on, she didn't say I'm sad. She said I'm nervous, I'm anxious.
Our little baby Wendy Pooh was nervous? I can't imagine what about. Could it be the intrusive visuals that at any given moment the feds would pop up from a table and take you to the ground?
Oh no, this is the one with the lines. Never mind.
Thank you for calling the murderer. How may I help you? Hey there, Wendy. Detective Isom calling. Is this an okay time to talk? Not really. I won't take up too much of your time then. I hear you're in town. Yeah, who told you that? Just heard through the grapevine that you were at the Epstein's daughter's bat mitzvah. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. I know, you're just sitting there cracking some jokes, and then suddenly a familiar song. What you gonna do? Detective Isom, how do you know I was telling jokes? I have ways of finding stuff out. You know, we've been hoping you'd make a little visit up here, save us the trouble of going down to Miami. Bad boys, what you gonna do? I figured I'd make it easy on you and just meet you here. We've been working really hard on this case, and we thought you'd be pleased to hear that we tracked down our #1 suspect. Oh yeah? Yeah, we really wanted to tell you in person that we're ready to make an arrest.
Get on the ground! Okay, good. Cuffs. Hand. Other arm. You good, buddy? Hey, you good? Hey, roll him up. You good? Sit up. Just stay right there.
Oh, one can dream. It will happen. A dream is a wish your heart makes. All right. Good morning, Nick Pat. Good morning, Jackson. I can't. It's so funny. I don't remember which video that was from, but okay. And here is this talks about Wendy's code word, which is her code words are would never.
What's today's secret word?
Today's secret word is
Would never.
I made my brother, the one, his name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never. You know, my parents are, you know, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that. My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like this.
It's time for a breakdown.
Never gonna get it, 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 never gonna get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Would never is code for definitely did.
100% is code for definitely did. Thank you, Becky, for gifting a membership. Oh my gosh. Denise says, I hope Wendy has been watching your channel. I'm sure she has been. Good morning, Sabrosa. Good morning, Casey. Love my skits. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Nina. Good morning, Johnny Bronx Pasquale. All right. Yeah, she is a liar. I hope she is watching. That would give me all the joy. She's probably not, because I have not been sent a cease and desist yet. So that's the only thing I can say about that. All right, let me go ahead and get the feed pulled up so we make sure that we don't miss anything, because we're just a few moments away. Guys, I can't even wait. I can't even wait. Sabrosa says, just in case you're watching, hello, Wendy. Are those blue contacts that you are wearing? I hope. Hope. And Johnny says, hand and leg shackles, evil Donna, low point of life for anyone. Well, she put herself there. You made the bed, the round, circular, rotating bed that you are now lying in. Uncle Roger says, my favorite restaurant is called Pasquale's. Good morning, hidden existence. Nothing is more elegant than a pile of used tissues on the table in front of you. Agree. Charlie could not. I mean, this is the thing. I feel like Charlie has way more self-control than Donna does. And he was making a mess of himself at the defense table, especially when Wendy got up there. He looked sick to his stomach. Wendy's sponsored by Kleenex. Oh my gosh, so much Kleenex in front of her. I made a video of why are they teasing us like that? It blinked for a second. And then all right, I'm gonna make this a teeny bit smaller, so we're not cutting off anybody's face. And I'll make myself smaller. Good morning, LP Travels and Other Things. Hello, Wendy with an I. Good morning, Tracy in Vegas. Good morning. It's so effing early here. Yeah, what are you at 6 a.m. right now? Kate loves you. I'm pretty sure that she's going to be the first witness on the stand today. Yeah, she might be, or they might do like how they did with, because the other trials, they tend to have a few law enforcement come in first, but we'll see what they end up doing. Sub Rosa says the props department is missing a bunch of Kleenex and a pair of Hot Topic blue contact lenses. Rob says, Tracy in Vegas, time is irrelevant. The time is now. I'm so excited. Yeah, Amy, the blue of the book cover is insane. And in my one, I have the visual in a short, but I changed the blue to red for her eyes because that matches her a little bit better. Yes, 6 a.m. It's 2 p.m. Hidden Existence, where are you? Well awake and ready for opening statements. If Tracy in Vegas says, Rob, not when you live here. The time warp doesn't exist for residents. Rob says, fair enough. Sub Rosa, I agree. Time to arrest Wendy. Arrest Wendy. Wendy will be arrested. I hope so. I was replying to Hidden Existences in the UK. Sherry D, yes, I assume so. June has the testimony that Donna said that Dan is haunting her from beyond the grave. I want to listen to June's police interview in full. And actually, maybe what we'll just do is we'll watch part of my Adelson's in the Attic video because I have a little bit. That's more about Charlie, though. We should really. They keep doing that. I'm getting so teased. We should really watch, or it's a listening. We should listen to that police interview because it is something. And I'm sorry, I know a lot of people tease June, say she's an airhead. I don't think she is. I think she's just not very comfortable socially, and I feel like this is just a super awkward situation for her to be in. You know, she loved Charlie, and for anything that I'm sorry, but June is not the only one that's dated somebody who's been the completely wrong person and you've been tricked by it. Okay, we all have dated somebody that we have put aside all the shitty things that they're doing and making excuses and everything else. So I'm sorry, I stand for June big time. I love June so much. I think she is beautiful. She is doing excellent right now. Unfortunately, I do think that she's still a little bit in love with Charlie, though. Okay, here we go. Good morning, Serena. Oh, there's Donna. Put her in something else. Why is she? At least her sweater looks like it's new today. Oh my God, guys, I'm so excited. I might actually cry today. See, Molly, I just think she was very uncomfortable. Hi, Graham.
Good morning, members of the jury. Thank you.
Amy's
Everyone
made a
called.
career of choosing the wrong
Good
guy.
job.
I love Judge
Juror number
Everett.
1, how did I do on the snacks?
Oh, how'd I do on the snacks?
You're welcome. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions as to how the trial will take place and also an instruction on note-taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see.
Donna could have at least smiled at the snacks comment.
After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific, and it is to be uniform.
I used to bartend, and I used to put the puppy bowl on when it was Super Bowl Sunday on the TV.
As the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case.
Yeah, it's supposed
Donna
to be helping
Adelson
her
is
here.
charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement.
Why does he have
the opening
bra
statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you
Oh,
what
there's
evidence
Patty!
they believe will be presented during
There's
the
Patty
trial.
from Patty's Playhouse.
What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under
Grandma
oath.
had fun too.
They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions
and
are
Donna
given,
have the same
alternate
shirt on
jurors
today.
will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves.
Okay, that wasn't me.
Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your affairs, or you'll be returned to the jury room.
Good morning.
During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me.
He does not look real.
All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case.
She is Molly. I spoke to her.
Do not take
about
photographs, video recordings, or audio
broken up
recordings
about it.
of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic
buttoning
devices.
your shirt up so your
If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case, or the people and places that are involved in this case.
Yeah, maybe she's been saving her
This instruction
nighttime
is going to
medication
apply
for
to you
today.
whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and
They're not
places
winning
involved.
this. There's no way.
So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case.
Who he looks like. Walter.
The parties
Jack
likewise
Dunham's
have no opportunity to dispute
dummy.
or
Oh my
challenge
God.
the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions, such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner
I'm one of like 3,000 people.
The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure,
That's
and it is
actually what
their
the group
duty
lives
to
are
make
doing, too.
all
They have their own
objections
live
they
stream.
believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made.
Someone called Debbie.
Likewise, when an
Tracy's
objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case.
Good morning, Kim. Yes, definitely. Justice for Dan.
If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes.
And just a
if you
really
choose
quick
not
note,
to.
my husband
This is going to be an
had
individual
to leave
choice
for work, so I
each
might have
juror.
to pop
You
out
have been provided with
here
a
for my
notepad and
little
pen
peanut
for
a
your
little
use
bit,
if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, My bailiff will deliver your
I'd
notepads
love to have everybody
to me.
watching say hello.
From there, your notepads
I know a lot of
will be
people
destroyed.
watch. Most people actually
No one
watch
will
my
ever
content
read
on the
your
TV,
notes.
so you might not be able to
If
do that.
you choose to
but
take notes
you're
during
able
this
to, we'd
trial,
love to say
please do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory.
Yeah,
Is the
the
state
defense
prepared
is
to give its
fucked.
opening statement
Sorry,
at this
they're
time?
fucked.
You may proceed.
Can't wait. I'm so excited. Okay, I'm not talking over Georgia. Oh, it's Sarah! Yay!
Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan.
Good morning,
Georgia Kappelman
Stargazer.
and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table. And this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger.
She should have put their mugshot up.
The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him.
That's the
Moments
picture
later,
that
Dan Markel's
Wendy
neighbor
saw the car.
heard a gunshot.
Super visible, right?
And he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing.
Hi, Roxana.
The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So, first let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter, and his ex-wife is named Wendy Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendy Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendy Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendy Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendy and persuade Wendy until Wendy ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendy and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendy that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendy and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendy instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendy Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendy and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendy Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendy Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendy would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever. Unless of course, something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education, and the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendy move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendy could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendy to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendy Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendy Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendy had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendy Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life, depended on Wendy Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendy and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. and this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, or after the shooting happened, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there.
Good morning,
The
Linus.
defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch, and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendy Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendy Adelson said to police, "Well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief." And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendy admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendy Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents Harvey Adelson and Wendy and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendy said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbors saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius, fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime.
Yes, Elizabeth, 8 men, 6 women. I'll go over it later.
Car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code, and that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then, once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light-colored Prius at a bank drive-thru and caught both of the men in the Prius.
Consider it done, Sub Rosa.
So police figured out the identity of the 2 men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these 2 random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share 2 kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these 2 paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge. when law enforcement sees that Catherine McBanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine McBanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So, Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and McBanois all acquired some big-ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. McBanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine McBanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that McBanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine McBanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. McBanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine McBanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So, the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying.
Good morning, Victoria.
In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having McBanois act as the middleman? law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and McBanois are no longer dating. They'd been broken up for over a year. Catherine McBanois at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since McBanois. And Charlie Adelson and McBanois, though, they are still friends. They remained close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me that won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson
Glad
on
I'm
the
not
street
the only one, Sarah.
and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So, this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece
Donna's
of paper
getting
to
a
Donna
little
Adelson
squirmy.
back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she
That's
knew
damning.
exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail? Or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, it's so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5.
This TV's probably about 5.
The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie
We don't
Adelson.
talk in code.
She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asks his mom, my ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail.
What friends do they have?
Police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork, and law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant, and in person she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine Magbanwa. Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck, or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel, and that person could tell police what they know? Charlie Adelson reassures Katie, Catherine Magbanwa, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. They're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet.
At least I'm not the only one being tormented by a fly.
That fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Mag Benoit. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine Mag Benoit about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's 2 ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. And we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives Mag Benoit very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm just going to give you this money as charity. But don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give Mag Benoit the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed, and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Mag Benoit then asked Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Mag Benoit to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, he gives her they say goodbye, he gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI, and then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Mag Benoit then, also using code words, calls Garcia. And
Victoria Demon Donna
with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words.
Would never.
But they're used in context that, if you're listening to the conversation, don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial.
Charlie just said TV wasn't code for anything, and that he wished Donna would have picked any other word.
Cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanua was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanua assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanua brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanua the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanua was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest, in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanua's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanua's trial, Catherine Magbanua took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 2022.
That was never actually offered to her
had
MM.
No knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanua. That Catherine Magbanua was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely.
Hi, Dragonfly. Thank you
However,
for being here.
After being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanua finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. I think his name is Sam. Magbanua testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanua said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanua agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanua then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanua says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanua said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant, had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanua to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to you all in this trial,
the lady taking her gum out at that exact time.
Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023, and within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant, on her phone, researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam, and she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel. After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanua told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination in trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case, but when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, did you see that look from Donna? She's not going to be able to control her shit. She goes, wow. Georgia is like, thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you. We'll be here all day. Snacks are in the back. Thank you to Judge Everett and Costco. Oh, Donna is fucking steaming. Well, that was absolutely wonderful. Okay, so I was taking notes while I was putting up a post of Harvey. Please hold. So, and I held it up to the camera, but I don't know if everybody saw it. I started making one now with all of his other lookalikes.
We are going to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Okay, we're taking a little break. I wonder if we're going to be able to hear what they're saying. I'll keep it up on here. Me and Donna, do you see? I stopped and I went and got something so Donna and I could be twinning. Oh my gosh. Okie dokie. So that was quite a thing. Okay, so remember what we said yesterday? When I said every single trial up until this one, they have basically set the scene for the next person that they're going to go ahead and take down.
Gallery or the observers need to use the restroom. Please do so at this point, so that way when the defense is ready, we can continue moving on seamlessly.
Row.
We'll resume again at 10:20.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was masterful. That was absolutely beautiful. So I was trying to do voice to text on my phone to take notes because I just wanted to get some notes. Hold on. I need to get my phone caught up here. So we've got about 5 minutes before I have it on my computer too. Donna's Dunzo, Sherry D. She most absolutely is. Yeah, Elizabeth. I know. They did the same thing with Charlie. They zoomed right in on his snarky little face. Okay, so let's go over what we talked about. I feel like the most important points. Okay, so do you remember what we said yesterday about how in every trial they were setting up, talking about the next person they're coming after? Who was she talking about mostly? Whose name was mentioned more than anybody else's? And I'll go back through and I'll count exactly how many times little fucking Wendy's name was mentioned. But holy mother of God, it was all about Wendy. Wendy was being over and over and over. Yeah, Walter, he's keeping Harvey company. See, Donna has more than one supporter there. Yep, I did my hair yesterday. Well, I washed it yesterday, and I decided to curl it and put some hairspray in it. I'll probably have to go do a little hair and makeup touch up. Have my hair and makeup people come in and touch me up during the day. That was masterful. That was absolutely beautiful. I could not have done that better myself. Okay, I'm going to send out 5 membership gifts right now, and YouTube will go ahead and disperse those at random. Elizabeth, Steph, Doyle, Marie, Kim, and Mary all got memberships. Okay, so, all right, so they talked about the emails to Wendy, talking about bribing Dan, about Adelson's being a team. You know, my little Adelson, my Adelson family cheer. The Adelsons will always win. Go Adelsons, yay! We'll have to play that. But she talks about telling Wendy that she has to be a great actress. Brings up the Nazi uniform thing, which is, I mean, what do you think the jury has to be thinking after that? Like, I cannot even imagine. I can't even imagine. Thank you, Victoria. Walmart delivery. Yeah, Donna wouldn't know about that. You know, she wouldn't even be able to take advantage of that lovely service. Okay, so she also mentions that the whole family depends on Wendy being in Miami, that was the most important thing, was Wendy being relocated to Miami, and that she would never give up, never back down, never stop fighting, using life and death terms, calling Dan crazy and impossible to deal with, which there's only a few people I see here that are crazy and impossible to deal with, and it wasn't Dan. I'm sorry. Yes, Becky, I agree. It was great to show the photo of how she looked at the time of the murder, which was 11 years ago, which you're going to age a lot between, you know, then and now, especially. Can you imagine doing something that heinous? I mean, have you ever done something like as a kid and you're just like so afraid your parents are going to find out? Like it's probably something stupid, like maybe you lied and went to, you know, a party when you said you were going to be at a friend's house, and you're just kind of like have that stress of like, oh my gosh, are they going to find out? Are they going to find out? Can you imagine doing a murder and then for 11 years hoping that nobody finds out? And then 2 years, I mean, it was 2016 when the bump happened. So 2 years in, they knew that the FBI knew. I mean, the fuck. She talks about Charlie being the problem solver for Donna, and Dan filing that motion against Donna because Donna was disparaging Dan. I mean, he overheard her saying, you know, stupids on the phone or whatever, which is absolutely heinous. Oh, a funny chat. This is from you, Steve. Steve said the Leon County Jail is going to be the new and improved Adelson Institute. And I cried. Okay, and then she mentioned that 24 hours later, Wendy was moved in with her mom and dad, and the boys were enrolled in school in Miami. Okay, so they said, okay, and then Sarah talked about the joke and uses quotation marks, talking about the hitman joke, which I'm sorry, that is a truth being, just hidden as a joke. It's total bullshit. Like, have you... My chair does kind of look like the Scream mask. I'll never be able to unsee that. I'll try to sit up like a normal human. Okay, yeah. So, like, have you ever had those people that would, like, say something rude, and then if they got called out for it, they'd be like, it's just a joke. Like, it's just a joke. I'm sorry. This was just a way, this joke was a way for them to openly talk about killing Dan. In my opinion, but it was 100% accurate. Write it down. Amy Crew. I was trying to catch funny comments too. Amy says Harvey B. Cup Adelson. I'm done. And also during the trial, I got inside information that Donna is actually listening to my song while she's sitting at the bench. That's what the headphones are for. Oh, I like it. I love it. Okay, give me 1 second, okay? Okay, can I give me 1 second? I will be 1 sec, okay? Why don't you go do more, and then I'll come see. She mentions that, yes, please, here, come sit on my lap for a minute, and you can say hi to everybody. She mentions that Donna, when she got the letter for the bump, that she doesn't even look at the letter. Say hi.
Hi.
Say Donna's guilty.
Donna's guilty.
Okay, it smells like she got into nail polish, which is fun. Oh, that's a moth.
Kill it.
Okay, I'll kill it.
It's in the house.
It's in the house, and it's done now. She mentions that Donna doesn't even look at the letter that the hitman gave her. It's okay. And that she calls Charlie up and says, oh, I need to talk to you privately about some paperwork. Doesn't mention what it is. And then when Charlie asks what it's about, who it involves, she says,
nail polish.
I see. I don't know where you got nail polish from, but I can smell it. Great.
It's from your room.
Good. We'll go fix that in a minute. The joys of trying to do this with a 2-year-old. I will. Come on. Hold on. Okay, do you want a little bit of lip gloss while you're waiting?
Yeah.
Okay. And that, Charlie asks who's involved in this, and Donna says, probably the two of us. Probably the two of us, you and I. Probably. More than likely, probably just you and I. And then she, of course, mentions this TV is about 5, which, of course, is, she goes into all of the code stuff and then talks about...
Mom!
What?
Did I put it on?
Yeah, put it on your lip first. And then talks about Charlie. This is the Dolce... Sorry, I just tapped my mic. Charlie talking about at the Dolce Vita recording that, if they knew anything, we'd already be on our way to the airport, and then someone was. And then she's talking about the one-way ticket. They got a fast-track emergency visa to their very special... Thank you. You're so good. You want to screw it back on?
Yeah.
And then she ends with the bribing of the inmates and shows a handwritten script written by Miss Donna Adelson, Fat Demon Donna Adelson herself, saying that this script was a question and answer session that Donna wanted the informant to memorize so she could go up and lie on the stand for her.
Mom.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, hold on. Can you go find it? And I'll be right there. Why don't you look at your little animal book real quick, okay?
Maltese.
Okay, 1 second.
Maltese. Maltese.
All right, 1 second.
Maltese.
Hold on.
Maltese.
Okay, hold on.
Maltese.
Okay, let me go tend to this little gerbil and I will be back. But that was all of my notes anyway. That was an absolute masterpiece by Sarah Dugan. I couldn't think of anything nicer. What is the defense even going to say to half of that stuff? And I don't think, maybe I missed it, but did she even mention the phone call? The extradition phone call that Donna got caught on? Or are they just saving that juicy little tidbit for the evidence? Guys, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. All right, I'm going to put you back over to the trial stream because we're already a few minutes late. Oh, perfect timing. Perfect timing. I'll be right back.
Is there any further clarification needed about what was discussed at sidebar? Not at all, Your Honor. All right, very good. You can be seated, but they're coming right back in, so it's probably going to be some pop goes the weasel musical chairs, whatever your variation is of that. 14 people wrangling the bathroom will be a thing throughout the trial.
Okay. The damage is minimal, guys. nothing that a little bit of nail polish remover won't fix. Although I'll have to have my husband pick some up from the store because I have no idea where my nail polish remover is. I don't even remember the last time I painted my nails, to be perfectly honest. Okie dokie. Yeah. Oh God. I am already so in love with this. Who's going to do the opening for the defense guys? Who do you think? Do we think it's going to be funeral home crypt keeper or baby Sinclair the dinosaur, not the mama? Who's it going to be? I could smell it as soon as she sat on me. I'm like, oh, that's she.
Is the defense prepared to give its
She came in and said, look what I did all over my body. I'm being milked too. She's still nursing.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson.
I am not
I don't
Jackie
think you've
Fulford.
heard my voice yet. Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter's going to.
I'm going to use a really southern drawl.
I just
Hi,
want to
y'all.
start by saying this.
Friends,
Remember, during the course of the
countrymen.
proceedings, that the state always gets to go first.
Do you think that's fair
defense
that the
has a right
state
to be
gets to
heard,
go
too.
first?
So
All right, I'll
please
shut
keep an open
up.
mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an hour you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markell. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed.
You don't discuss
That
evidence in
shows
opening statements.
that
You
Donna
dumb
Adelson
shit. I do live on a
planned
dairy
this,
farm. We're not
hired
milking
anybody to do
right now,
this,
though.
or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those
She's
things
already
happen.
lost the accent, guys. Have you noticed
We're
the accent's
gonna
already
have
gone?
a long trial, and I know
already
you
gone.
all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markell.
That had no
Don't
connection
forget
with him.
Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man, and I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had.
I'm surprised she doesn't have a
But
thing
I
of
know
wheat sticking out of her
He
mouth.
had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendy Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny.
God.
And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markell, Dr. Markell, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that.
I don't mean any respect. That
More
was a
important
Freudian slip.
to Danny Markell than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him. A 3-year-old and a 4-year-old.
And you're going to hear how much Donna didn't give a shit about their relationship with their daddy also.
He did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation,
the
opportunity,
will not be
even
testifying
discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be.
Yeah, that's Dan Mom's.
Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry.
It's the fly. It's Harvey.
Continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer.
Skype is
and
not
that's how he wanted to talk
ancient.
to his kids, so that he could see them
idiot.
when he wasn't
Yes,
with them
still
while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen, so Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down, they're not in their little running around
Rainbow
state.
Bright.
And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning they got up and they went to work. She did the books, she kept the books, she greeted patients, she got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute.
I really am pissed about the way that she's pretending to get choked up talking about Dan. I can't. Yep, here we go. Take a fucking, oh, here we go.
The state
he's
is
the
going
picture
to be able
mover.
to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody
High
see
watercolor by McCraw.
No. Oh.
This is arranging the easel. Just raise your hands and everyone can see the easels clearly. Thank you.
Dan was a great man.
So
I cried
they
just
told
thinking
you
about
he
it.
got up every day just like he normally did. On
The drawl is back.
July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours.
Somehow he survived.
In my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive.
He went to the Wendy Adelson School of Acting.
So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway.
Look at Georgia looking at
And
her.
while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction, and this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver, and he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up.
Yeah, I'm sure
He
you
saw
know what you have to do, Jackie.
This man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been.
How terrified.
This man shot him. Not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard
correct face,
mentioned
Sarah.
in the State's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the State's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man,
Elizabeth's so
supplied
accurate.
the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone. And
Yeah,
he
Nina,
waits
commit
while
to it.
This man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The State can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial.
They're not on trial
Then
here?
You're going to hear, as the State said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanawa, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it and that she's the one who paid them the money. The money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000.
They picked up that piece of paper at the dollar store.
And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money.
Don't blame you, Graham.
And saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th.
I think
and
we
on
can
July
all read it.
19th,
Bullshit.
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her.
His money. It was Charlie's
They can
fault.
prove and how
That's fucked.
that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove.
What a great
And
mom
they've
you are,
done it
Donna.
1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Sarah's like, is this bitch fucking serious? This is
case
insane.
Is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The State has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world
Each side
that
gets
Mrs.
45
Adelson
minutes.
was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed.
You
and
said
they
it.
don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous.
Said it.
It's outrageous that he got killed.
Now
Now
you're seeing the real
We're sitting
Jackie.
here with a jury, and you're
Getting
going
all
to hear
pissed.
a lot of theory,
Oh,
a
she
lot
realized.
of motive, and a lot of what they
Georgia.
believe
Sarah.
the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you. All of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned.
You're not hurting my feelings. This is fucking garbage.
That she engaged these men to kill him.
Yep.
And that she gave the money to her son.
She did. You stupid
to pay
shit.
them. You won't find evidence of that.
Look at the
evidence about the
just the anger in her mouth.
$3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and
Donna signed the checks.
His mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial. His business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him, and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson.
Oh my God. He only owned the business for a couple of years, and that was for tax purposes. We're going to have an opportunity
to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you...
I think they were all in on it, even Mo.
He's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy?
I think people are just used to not being allowed to swear in chats. I don't give a fuck.
All of the elements. Proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it.
She's saying it right now.
Intended that he die.
She planned it. She got people to do with it. She intended that he died. She doesn't remember her next point.
This woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life.
She told Wendy to dress up those kids in Nazi uniforms.
Happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this.
LOL.
Keep an open mind.
Nobody's going to do that.
We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping that fucking short. I mean, what more can she say? What more can she say? I don't know. Somebody try to write fuck and see what happens. Here we go. Mr. Geiger, first up. Good. And you know what evidence there is? You know what evidence there is? All the emails, Donna. How are you going to explain those away? How are you going to explain that these precious little babies... Hold on, Pumpkin. Thank you. How are you going to explain these precious little babies that you wanted them to dress up like Nazis and be go to a fake Catholic Sunday school just to hurt Dan? She is weaponizing the children to fucking hurt Dan. Weaponizing the children to fucking hurt Dan. You're not getting out of that.
Geiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Oh, I guess you're right. YouTube is hiding the swears. Sorry.
You may examine your right.
Mr. Geiger's the best.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122 Trust in Tallahassee.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now, I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me.
Glad it's not
Do you
only
recall
me,
something
guys.
unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024. 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
I was just
Yes,
about
I
to
do.
say,
All
can
right,
somebody
could you
call
please tell
Graham?
our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room, looking out towards Trescott Drive, out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound, and we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left.
All right,
And
let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
Good morning, Sean.
okay.
Do you recognize these photographs,
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 through 3 are admitted.
The flies are the Donna curse. I don't have any mods, so I guess only YouTube is seeing that now.
If we could publish states 1, please.
But every once in a while, it'll be like, this seems offensive. Would you like to hide this? Like, it'll shadow it out for me when I'm in, like, my live premieres, but it's not doing that for me on the computer. So I'm like, no, don't hide anything. This is a free country in here. Mr. Geiger's the best. Thank
All right,
goodness
sir,
he's
so if you could just explain
able to be here. He's wearing the same shirt as Donna, guys.
what we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here if that's of any assistance to you. Push
The
middle
same
button
shirt as
here.
Donna and the same jacket as Jackie. Oh my God.
You don't have to use it.
Oh.
Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir.
Not
All
the
right, so
mama.
just describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay. And the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
So publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markell's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Could we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light-colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
No,
Well,
YouTube
that
is,
was
I
what
guess.
got my attention, and then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me.
Was the vehicle itself, or some noise preceded the you see in the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markell house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction to the right of the photograph or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
Okay, so out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open, his car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out, and I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up, the car was still running, and this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
and
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling, and so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it, and it wasn't there, and I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. And so I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone,
How terrible
and
to have
called
to hear this over and
911.
over again.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4, and I'll draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish State 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish State 7, please.
This is the picture that Wendy said, oh my God, you can see the car.
The doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph. Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I
watch that.
saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 4.
Objection to States 4.
I'll show that clip where Wendy sees that photo that we just saw and said, oh my God, it's the car. I'll show that on the next break.
All right, and you
Yeah.
described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
Unfortunately, it took 911 almost 20 minutes to get to his house.
Recognize States 5.
Yes.
Is that Mr.
It was
Markel?
Yes, it is.
put in under the wrong level of emergency,
States 5 is
unfortunately.
admitted.
Terribly,
Publishing States
terribly
5.
awful.
What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendy were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event, and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child, and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendy, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendy had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and to notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage, and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 88.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 88 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
What's your emergency?
It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can you repeat that for verification?
2122 Trescott Drive, T.
Okay, the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from 850-212.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's spattered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him or if he shot himself or what. I don't know.
I don't know how the 911.
Correct.
I don't know how they misunderstood
I'll give you
this.
mine. I don't know his address. It's next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in early. EMG. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay. What's going on with it?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 2116. 2116.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer.
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
Long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
That's an insanely
Cross-examination,
long
Mr.
amount of
Geiger.
time for the ambulance to get there.
Geiger, you may step down, sir. Is he released from his
Absolutely,
subpoena? Will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, and I actually...
Please call your next witness.
State calls David Sims.
I actually have a video
Please
where I go
approach.
down the road via Google Street View and show exactly how unrealistic it is for Wendy to have ever seen that crime scene from where Harvey's turning his hearing aid completely off when these people are on the stand. Poor Ruth, guys. My God. Poor Ruth and Phil and Shelley. I mean, it is absolutely horrific. Donna. What the fuck are we going to do with you? I mean, it holds a little bit of joy to know that she's going to be nobody in prison. Nobody's going to give a shit about anything that you've ever done before other than this. Oh, well, I was on Jeopardy. I was a domestic coordinator.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, S-I-M-S.
How are you? Go ahead.
Retired sergeant from Taos Police Department.
If I had a direct feed of her, I could.
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes.
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
Thank you, S. Lobby.
You were first
Thank you
on
for being
scene.
here.
Yes.
And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor, he thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
All right, I'm going to publish states 7, please. That's in, right? Yeah. Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No.
Okay, other than the doors being opened, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right, what did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said Daniel again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car.
Let me pause you there and approach and show you what I marked as states 8 through 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce states 8 through 10. No objection.
States 8 through 10 are admitted.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you, I've got a pointer, show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, and was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in, the door was closed, I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
Okay, and were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there and pulled it out and set it on the ground so they could make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not
there?
in my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
This is heartbreaking.
Yeah, right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap, and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the eyeglasses?
That was in his left hand.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No.
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims.
No questions, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That is so
Please
sad.
call your next witness.
Joanne Maltese.
This is the forensic examiner, Joanne. So she is the one that actually has a physical collection of the glass, which is very interesting to see. They actually put clear tape on the glass window and were able to preserve it as it was. And she also will be the one to testify about what she photographed in Wendy's vehicle, which is the bullet, supposed to be bourbon, but really was rye whiskey, and all of that. This is incredibly hard to hear. I can't imagine what the Markels are going through in the jail. I can't imagine listening to this about my son. Not only just listening to this, but they've had to listen to this over and over. I mean, Katie and Sigfredo, Katie's retrial, Charlie's trial, now this trial, and it's not even finished yet.
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
She looks beautiful.
Please
I like
speak
her
loudly and
necklace.
clearly for the jurors.
This is so sad.
Please Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, Aviator 99. Graham,
My
I'm
name
glad
is
you're back.
Joanne Maltese.
It was
Joanne,
a quick opening
Joanne,
by the defense, thank
and
God.
Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law enforcement?
I am retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to
Oh wow, none of your business.
2116
That's really
Trescott
cool.
Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
No objection.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please. Publish 12, please.
Nope, not once.
Did you collect the eyeglasses shown in State's Exhibit 12?
Not 1 ounce
Yes, I did.
of remorse or regret. Not even one. Not even regret or remorse just for his passing. Not even like any accountability being held by them, but they didn't even say that is too bad that he has passed away.
Eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you what I've marked as states.
I'm sorry, fuck this bitch. Fuck Donna. Fuck her so hard. I fucking hate
Do you
her.
recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Are those the two halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 122 and 123.
Any objection? There you are. States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was, the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
Showing you 123 and 124. Are these the two pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Any objection? There you are. States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
We all know from Charlie that if you don't have
Those I would not
fingerprints,
know that it'd be sent to FDLE lab
if you
for
don't have
analysis.
fingerprints,
Did
then
you find any
weren't there, you
fingerprints of
can't be
value
found
to send
guilty.
to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Donna wants to be sedated.
Publish States 14, please. Approaching with States 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay, any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Published State 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken, so prior to doing anything to it besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as States 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence, States 126.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 126 is admitted.
I publish.
Right.
And the glass evidence, is that consistent with a gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendy Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Here's
Where
Wendy's
did you
vehicle
photograph her
now,
vehicle?
guys.
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 18 through 21.
25 hours ago, Donna wants to be sedated. You come here for the vocal stylings, you stay for the show. Enjoy the trial.
21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle?
Yes.
Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Publish States 18, please.
Another song for Donna. I want to
Publish 19.
run away. I want to get away.
Publish 20. What is this item?
This was on the front passenger
Bullet
seat of the
whiskey,
vehicle,
guys.
and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits. Or Fine Wine
Joanne
and
looks
Spirits.
absolutely beautiful, elegant. She's giving everything I want to be.
Did
and
you
more.
also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 22 through 24.
None of your business. You can tell Joanne how lovely we all thought she looked. Now that was Wendy's
Do you
van.
recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
That was
How
the
do you
bullet
recognize
bourbon that
I
was
took
really
those
whiskey
photographs at
from
the
Wendy's
hospital.
Are
van.
they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, States Exhibits 22, 23, and 24.
It is really
Your Honor.
insane how long it took them
No, Your Honor.
to make it there.
States
I
22,
don't
23,
know what was
24
unclear
are
about
admitted.
that.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes.
There were
Yes.
not one, but two 911 calls about Dan that day.
This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of significance?
That is consistent with stippling.
What is stippling?
Oh my God!
Close contact to
Fuck
a
you,
firearm
Donna.
that was
She can't
discharged,
handle seeing the
and it's going to
autopsy.
be
This is what you did.
Unburnt gunpowder.
This is
and
just his
gases that
arm,
leave barrel
Donna.
the gun at a
How
high velocity,
dare
and
she.
it will tattoo or stain the skin.
State's Exhibit 24, please. Is this another effort to capture that stippling that you observed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Donna, stop it. Donna,
No questions, Your Honor.
ashamed of yourself. Oh, Donna.
Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
Oh, fucking God. That was quite a display by Donna.
Please call your next witness.
Where are the tears, Donna? Oh, they're nowhere? They're the same place as Wendy's tears? Still in your body? Still in your eyes? Seriously, the audacity. No tears, no tears. You're not that far away from the jury, Donna. They can see that too. Yeah, this is fucked up. They haven't even seen, this is the medical examiner. This is when they're going to see the autopsy pictures, and this is when they're going to see the terrible pictures of his face and what he
Clark,
looked like
please
in the
raise your right hand,
hospital.
sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're
Yeah,
about
dry
to
cry,
provide
Amy.
will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
She did
You may
cause
take
that,
your seat.
Erica. How
Please speak
dare.
loudly and clearly.
How dare.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y-J, Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and
Fuck
training?
you, Donna. Oh, let's hold her. Let's hold her. Get Jane in here to hold Donna.
From the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled over to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Approaching the states 25 through 34.
You look at those pictures, Donna. You look what you did. You don't get to look away, and you don't get to fake cry. Look exactly what you did. I hope it's right in your face in the monitor. You look.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markel?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 25 through 34, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Publish 25, please.
Before you publish, if the parties can briefly approach.
Yes, sir.
Wow, guys. I can't believe they showed us the picture Donna saw, okay? And I mean, granted, yes, it was terrible, but he was in the hospital. Are you okay, baby? Hold on, my baby just fell. Give me 1 sec, guys. We saw the picture that Donna was looking at, and obviously, you know, it's still awful. It's still showing the defensive, you know, the stippling from the gun on his arm, but he was in the hospital during that picture. He was still alive during that picture. It was a picture of his arm and his hand. And we're about to see the autopsy pictures. You might want to be prepping her for that. Listen, Donna, you got to try to eke out some real tears. I don't think I can actually do real tears. I think my tear ducts were messed up when I got my nose job done. I don't know. Fury Pesto, we can say it's that. You might want to take your glasses off. Here, pour some water in your eyes really quickly, Donna, so you can get some real tears. Okay, you can put it in your mouth and then spit it up to your eyes so they rolls down from. Oh, here's the shaking. Do you see that? Oh, stop it, Donna Sue Adelson. Get your hand off of her. Where the hell is Jane to cuddle Donna? Jane gives the best hugs. Jane will hold her in her arms and nurse her until she feels better. Let Jane come in here and breastfeed Donna until she feels better. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Yep. Donna, cue tears. What? I couldn't hear. I'm listening to Jackie's song about me. I know it's about me, and it's not very nice, but it's a bop. I can't deny that it's a bop. I really enjoy the music. All right, okay. All right, I'll just sing it to myself. Donna got arrested, then said she got molested. I was extorted.
Ms. Fulford, if your client needs to use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
Yeah. I'm gonna go poke myself in the eye so I can get some tears riled up. Please, someone help me. Someone carry me to the bathroom. Oh, my God. Oh. Yeah. She is Tom Petty with glasses. I'm sorry, but the jury can still see that you don't have any tears, Donna. Like, I mean, they're not as close as Isom was to Wendy, but they're close enough to see that this is bullshit. And here, all of a sudden, out of absolutely nowhere, we're shaken. We are shaken. Shaken and bacon, Donna. Guys, I can't fucking take it. She is such a piece of work. Such an absolute piece of work. I mean, wait till they show the autopsy pictures. Charlie pretended like he had a hard time seeing those too. This is what you guys ordered. You guys fucking ordered this. You guys paid for this. Donna, you paid for it twice. Not just once, twice. You were hellbound and determined to have this done. You know, the sign that it didn't get done first time, that was your sign from God. Remember that story about the man who was lost at sea and God sends 3 boats to him and he tells every boat that he's waiting for God to save him? That was your boat, Donna. Those guys not committing the murder was your gift out of life in prison, and you threw another. I think she paid $100,000 for Luis and Katie and Sigfredo to do it. Yeah, of course. Donna's not going to be allowed to go to the bathroom by herself. Sherry. Hi, Tom. Yeah. Yeah. Trashy Rashy, Daddy Rash Bum, I'm sure is watching. He's watching while he counts his stacks of stapled Adelson bills, stapled Adelson money, because he got all the money from the defense of Charlie without doing anything, and then all the money from the defense of Donna, and then at the start of her trial recuses himself. Thank you for the super sticker, Sherry D. That is so sweet of you. So sweet of you. Oh my God. None of your business is I need to use the Eddie Money song, Shaken. Or we can just say, shaking care of business every day. Thank you, Sherry. That's very sweet. Yeah, pee in your pants, Donna. You pee in your pants, that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. Yeah, Rashi, she had Rashi record a, you know, like one of those like self-guided meditation. Breathe in, breathe out. Puzzle pieces. Breathe in, breathe out, Donna. Puzzle pieces. You've done nothing wrong, Donna. Puzzle pieces. You're going to get an A+ on the stand. Puzzle pieces. That's what she's listening to. The guided meditation from Daddy Rashbaum. The guided meditation from Daddy Rashbaum. I really can't believe that. I mean, she really, and it's just like Wendy. Hi, Noelle. Thank you for being here. It's Tom. So my chat's up here too, and the chat that I put up, the chats that I use to put up on the screen do not come up as fast as my other chat. But Tom asks, who is the full gray-headed guy in the court? I'm assuming you're talking about the guy who's sitting in the gallery. That is Phil Markel. That is Dan's father. And his mother is there too. She's the one with like the short blonde bob with the bangs. She's also sitting in court today. And then his sister Shelley is also there, and she has kind of curly-ish hair and glasses. Yeah, Donna really blew her load a little too fast with that crying gig. I mean, I think she knew she was going to see autopsy pictures. I mean, obviously she knew she was going to see autopsy pictures. So she was probably gearing up to see those. And then the first picture that was shown, she was already ready to bawl. And so she blew her load a little bit early and started crying too soon. You missed your cue, Donna. You were a little early for your cue. You weren't supposed to come in until the autopsy photos, Donna. You blew it. You blew it, Donna. Can you guys believe Fulford's opening statement? First of all, she comes out with this southern accent that, like, can you imagine, guys, if I was pretending to talk in my Donna voice and just started going back to my normal voice 2 seconds later? Like, I'm not even doing this for real in front of a jury. But can you imagine if I couldn't hold character for the 6 minutes that they were up there? Aviator 99, Donna, a toad, getting comfortable in a pot of warm water. I love it. Oh, man. Yeah, and the guy that is going to be on the stand right now, the guy with the awesome beard, he is the medical examiner, and he's very, very good. Yeah, so she gets up there Y'all, I'm going to talk slow so you can understand me. Because I know you all are fucking idiots. And if I don't talk slow, you won't be able to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. So I'm going to go ahead and talk slowly. Now, that's a baby that you hear in the background of my feed. I have a baby here. DIY with Erica, Donna, and Fulford equal Frog and Toad's Great Adventure. Stop it. None of your business. She's crying because she knows she's guilty as fuck. That would be true if she was actually crying. Yes, I saw that, Victoria, life coach. I watched the Menendez brothers trial when it was on court TV, as it was on court TV as it happened, and I think it's an absolute miscarriage of justice that their dad's abuse wasn't allowed to be brought into their retrial. Yeah, but Jackie Fulford's up there. I'm going to talk slow. I'm going to let you know that the state, did they show you any evidence during that first part of their opening statement? I mean, I lost it within the first 10 seconds of her being up there. And then her fake whimpering and shaking of her voice, acting like she was about to have tears, talking about Dan. He loved those little boys. He was the best father that anybody had ever known. It's like, yeah, and you know what? Your client literally tried to weaponize those kids against him. So you're sitting here talking about what a great daddy was, which he is. Hold on. Shh. Can you say hi? Can you say we don't like Jackie or Donna?
They are Donna.
Say boo, Jackie.
Boo, Jackie.
Say boo, Donna.
Boo, Donna.
Say boo, Harvey.
Boo, Harvey.
Say boo, Wendy.
Boo, Wendy.
Yeah. Somebody said, I don't remember if it was in the chat or on the comments of my video, but somebody said, if this is the best that money can buy, talking about Donna's attorneys and Rash Bomb, I hope I never get into trouble. Hi, the mentor. Donna's playing the sympathy card. Will not work. Nope, it will not. No, it will not. And the state has plenty of direct evidence against Donna. I think it is beyond demented. Not surprising, but demented that the entire defense, it looks like, is, it wasn't me, it was Charlie. It was Charlie. He's already been charged. What are they gonna do? Send him to life twice? I lived a good life. Me and Hobby. We were happy. We lived a good life. I want to go back to living a good life.
Another one.
All right, go get another one.
No,
Go ask Hunter.
I used to.
All right, hold on. We will in a minute. Yeah. Stop. All right, say be right back, guys. Say I gotta get a cookie. All right, we'll be right back, guys. If they're still on sidebar when I get back up here, I want to look at the clip where Wendy says, oh my God, they show a picture of the car, because that's crazy.
Are they still going to the bathroom?
Oh, perfect timing.
Check on them. Okay. State, you may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
Publishing 25. And doctor, you should have a pointer. All right, explain what we're looking at in States 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this X-ray, this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, here and here.
Publish States 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side. Right side, excuse me, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here that's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report, and this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you'd like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes and quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are a bunch bigger and some are smaller. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so, and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo-stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to fall out, to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder, and we'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo-stippling around the left side of the face, and left side, neck, and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking?
Piece of glass, yes ma'am, or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo-stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here. Because of where the bullet track went to, it caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face, and then drain down into the neck.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called a glabella. So it causes an irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo-stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning, and unburnt gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburnt gunpowder. It actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired?
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time, and most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing, and the soot and stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are, you have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right, and you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to, and that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
The one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say if it had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 127 and 128. If you will publish 33, please. Ask if you recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we placed these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both one's from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Move into evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor.
There you go. States 127 and 128 are admitted.
And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This is...
Upper left, maybe? Again. Thank you.
This is the bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. On the x-ray is getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we've taken one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
All right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Cross-examination of Dr. Clark.
No, Your Honor.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay. So, yeah, that assistant was only brought in. Ah, Donna. Yeah, it was 2 shots. Well, initially the gun that he
Before we go on the recess break this afternoon, I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point. Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
Oh my fucking God. This trial is just the gift that keeps on giving. I cannot believe that Judge Everett is like, whoa, real quick before you guys go. Donna, that bullshit that you're doing over there at the defense table, it will not fucking continue. Keep that shit up, and you will be given a one-way ticket back to your holding cell, you absolute piece of scum. That is amazing. That is the best. Do you know why? You know what? And she can control it. Do you know why? Because she's making herself do this. Control your fake emotions, bitch. Holy shit. That is fucking awesome. He has got to be so sick of this fucking family. I mean, he sat through the entire Charlie trial. He's literally had to come to fucking Chili Yates Donna with good fucking reason. Donna, you could have gotten a snack. He could have maybe brought you a snack from Costco, but not now. Not now. Fucking DIY with Erica. Dun, dun, dun. Rainbow Bright, get her judge. DIY with Area, check. Mate. Busted custard, says Becky. Yes, Judge is a superstar. Fucking, that was amazing. Jill, fuck yes. Yeah, she's over there shaking her head. Graham says, I knew the judge would step in on Donna's bullshit. That was amazing. I wasn't expecting that. Holy cow. Chef's kiss to the judge indeed. That is fucking amazing. That's amazing. The judge says, go judge. It's fucking so awesome. The judge will put her in a viewing room like Daryl Brooks, says MM. The mentor Judge Everett to Donna. I've been around the block, so don't pull that acting BS in my courtroom. Devo says, pure gold. That was the best thing ever. Victoria Life Coach, Donna just got called out. Yes, Shabbat Shalom. Graham says, I told you this judge is the best. Yeah, Judge Everett is awesome. Amy, screw the fruit basket. I want to send the judge a box of steaks. Yes. Rainbow Bright, judge wants to keep this trial moving, so no more fake bullshit, Donna. We're not going to have a pile of fucking dry Kleenex in front of you, bitch. None of your business says they need to put her in a cell with a TV. Just put her in a cell with padded walls. DIY Erica says, my kids would not approve of me using this term, but it was amazeballs. My kids would not approve of me using this term, but it was bussin'. No cap. No cap bussin'. My husband literally stopped the entire use of the word bussin' in our house just by saying it like 20 times a day to our kids. Oh my gosh. Becky says, could you not at least think of a pet you lost to get some real tears happening? Seriously. MM says the Adelson women are horrible actresses. Yeah, so is Charlie. Charlie was up there doing the same thing during the autopsy photos. He was like, and then Dan tried to make it seem like they were just, Dan even asked the judge, I think at one point, he's like, can we stop putting the autopsy photos up? We've seen them. Nobody's arguing. This is actually what he said. He says, nobody's arguing the fact that Dan is dead. You fucking kidding me right now? Like, they're not doing it to emotionally manipulate the jury, you fucking asshole. This is evidence. This is the main fucking evidence. Yeah, not only is he just dead, he was shot twice in the face at fucking point blank range. Like, fucking go to absolute hell. Go to fucking hell. This is insane. This is insane. I love how she kept saying it when she was getting arrested until she just started dropping off. Judge Donna. Fat Donna. Hold it up. I can't tell if that was Donna or Jackie fake crying, but if one of you, both of you, fucking cut it out. Okie dokie, okie dokie. That was amazing. My hair is getting worse by the moment. I'll go and fix myself up in a minute. Okay. So I wanted to show the yep, Donna knew she wouldn't get a fair trial. She's cursed. She's cursed. It's like our family's cursed, and I don't know how to take care of it anymore. No, I think he did. I think he took the jury out before he did it. Oh, we want to watch that again? Him scolding her. Worth a rewatch for sure. I'll play it over. Okay, so here he's going and letting here's Donna. We're matching sweaters, me and Donna. We're pretty much the same. Oh, you want me to replay the emotional outburst, the fake one? Because I think they had a sidebar. That's what. Oh, that's.
Before we go on the recess
that's
break
what the
this
sidebar was
afternoon,
about. All right.
I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point, Mrs. Adelson. When the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
Okay, so guys, I'll get an exact timestamp on that. I'll look on my phone. Aw, who gifted memberships? I looked away. Thank you, MM. That is so sweet. Yes, Victoria, I'll make a remix of Judge calling Donna out. For sure. That's done. Consider it done. Consider it published. I will get while we're watching, because I wanted to show the portion of so I'll set it up. Wendy is in the interrogation room with Jane, and she sees the car, a picture of the car, and we saw it there. It's a picture of it's a full-on picture of the house, and then there is the garage that's completely dark, completely, it's black inside. There's no lights on in the garage, and Dan's black car is in the garage. And Wendy first notices the car more than anything else. And I thought that was interesting for the following reasons. Here we go.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify the family. And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally. But we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God, you can see the car. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God, you can see the car.
Oh my God. You can see the car. The car. Not his car. The car. Why would Wendy emphasize the car more than the house? Why does she sound almost horrified that there's a picture of the car? Almost like the car had some special significance to her. Somehow, she seems to know both.
Or you can't tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right. You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to be a house like your house. Yeah.
So she says immediately, "Oh my God, you can see the car," and the obvious significance of that is. That's where he was shot. A piece of information that Wendy does not know at this point in time. She doesn't know where he was shot. She doesn't know that he was shot in the face, shot in the head, as Wendy so eloquently puts it in this interview, and shot in his car. And she is horrified by this photo of the car, not knowing that the car has anything to do with the crime. I mean, it's just unreal. Yeah, Sean, when she was at her first hearing, and she says out loud, "Oh my God, oh my God," and they've got they have the officer talking about why she was in protective custody for, trying to making threats of unaliving herself. And she's looking at him like this. She's trying to make eye contact with him so bad. Like, she's so agitated that she's being called out like this. Jill, thank you. I don't even know what that means. You upgraded your membership to family? I probably should know what that means. It's my channel. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm trying to, and I know I said that we were going to play something else, and now I can't remember what I said I was going to play. Can you guys remind me? I guess I could go on my live chat and back up and see what I promised to play. Okay, hold on. I've got a timestamp of Donna's outburst. Fuck this bitch. All right. Yeah, I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see her go to prison. That's gonna be fun. I'll show my short next in case we haven't all seen that. Where here we go. I don't know why that wasn't so easy for me to find.
States 22, 23, and 24 admitted.
Publish 22, please.
Here's Donna's
This is how Mr. Markel appeared?
Yes.
And this was done on the 18th?
Yes. Yes.
Publish next exhibit, please. This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of significance?
That is consistent with stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is being close contact to a firearm that was discharged, and it's going to be the unburnt gunpowder and gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity, and it will tattoo or stain the skin.
States Exhibit 24, please. Is this another effort to capture that stippling that you observed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination. No questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
Shut up, Donna. Donna was really hoping that could have ended in cardiac arrest for her.
Please call
pet
the next
her.
witness.
Let's all pet her.
Dr. Clark.
Pet her. Pet her. Her nose is looking like a beak. Okay. Did anybody answer me about what I was talking about before? I can't remember, guys. I only have a trillion gajillion kids. My memory fails me. I wish I knew off the top of my head where my blue and white striped button-down shirt was, guys. I could probably find it with a little digging because I'm pretty sure I have a shirt like that. Let me go ahead and put this back to live so we're all set up with that. Okay, maybe if I just let's watch my short. Oh, and I'll put this. Hi, Christina. Hi. Okay, I'll put this on. I don't think I posted this yet to YouTube. Hi, baby. Are they not playing with you outside? Okay, hold on. I'll see if they can in a second. I'm trying to... Okay, no, I haven't put it up yet, but I'll show you guys. You'll get a sneak peek. I have the funniest chat on the internet, by the way. Hi, John. Hi, how are you? Okay, so here's Careful. So here is the picture that I fashioned out of everyone's hold on, baby, hold on. Out of everyone's suggestions. Hold on, baby. Out of everyone's suggestions. Of Harvey. And all of his lookalikes. Look at, do you see spooky baby kitty behind the computer? Look, you see her little ears?
Yeah.
She is so funny.
Yeah.
She is so funny. Okay, sit on your booty for a sec.
No.
Yes. Go.
Maltese.
Hold on, Juicy. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on. Is everybody still there? It said my studio disconnected for a second. Hold on, baby cake. All right. Is everybody still in the chat? Can everybody still see me? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Okay. Oh, all right. Stop. Whoops. Sorry, I didn't mean to bonk you. Okay, good. Yeah. It just said my thing disconnected for a minute. Okay, so I'm going to put on this video and then we're going to watch. Well, this is a short, but it's just to see Wendy being arrested. Okay, great. Stop, you little...
This is for awkward. My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He's convinced. I don't know, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from what my take on it, that's his take on it. Right. He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off. Head blown off? Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it, at least. And he said, he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah. And in the morning when she was here, it was a church ceremony in the morning, the party at night. In the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on, she didn't say I'm sad. She said, I'm nervous. I'm anxious.
Our little baby Wendy Pooh was nervous? I can't imagine what about. Could it be the intrusive visuals that at any given moment the feds would pop up from a table and take you to the ground? Thank you for calling the murderer. How may I help you? Hey there, Wendy. Detective Isom calling. Is this an okay time to talk? Not really. I won't take up too much of your time then. I hear you're in town. Yeah, I told you that. Just heard through the grapevine that you were at the Epstein's daughter's bat mitzvah. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. I know, you're just sitting there cracking some jokes, and then suddenly a familiar song. Detective Isom, how do you know I was telling jokes? I have ways of finding stuff out. You know, we've been hoping you'd make a little visit up here, save us the trouble of going down to Miami. Bad boys, what you gonna do? I figured I'd make it easy on you and just meet you here. We've been working really hard on this case, and we thought you'd be pleased to hear that we tracked down our #1 suspect. Oh, yeah? Yeah, we really wanted to tell you in person that we're ready to make an arrest.
On the ground! Boys, the police, you're on your way! Get on the ground! Okay, good? Good? Cuffs. Hand. Other arm. You good, buddy? Hey, you good? Hey, roll him up. You good? Sit up. Just stay right there.
Hi, Warflare. And yes, Rainbow Bright, I believe you are correct. I think that it was the Jane the Jane being so savage against her. It's hilarious. So I really didn't know. I watched this interview so many times. Okay. To the point where I can probably line for line tell you everything. But it probably wasn't until the 20th time that I watched this that I noticed this about Jane. Okay. Completely calling Wendy's shit onto the carpet. And it is a gift. It is a gift.
I would be the person you would think would do something, but
Well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fun. And then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1, and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if
I
it
have an
matters
alibi,
if it-
guys.
Noon. I mean,
So
obviously,
everybody
like,
knows.
I would be one of the people that they would think did it.
I mean, you have certainly the most contentious relationship with Danny that anyone has.
Yeah.
Damn, Jane just going in for that motive link.
You know, but
they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should. I mean,
They asked me
they
if I
should.
washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands. Oh, God.
Jane, no, not really.
People think I didn't do this, right?
Something seems off about that clip.
Jane,
People think I didn't do this, right?
no, not really.
Ah, much better.
I assume you didn't do this. You know,
I wish I had I was home working on a paper that's due.
well, you know, you'll
I
have.
sent it in, I sent edits to
You'll
someone.
have. You'll have.
I
there's
hope they
a-
have the time log.
Of course they will. Of course they will.
Here's
They-
all of
I mean,
my
all of
alibi.
that
I have
is
records
evident.
of everything.
You know, you will. You know, you don't.
I understand why they think it would be me, but
Of course it would be you. If it's not you, I mean, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely, I agree with you.
It can't be an accident.
He didn't do this. Jeff,
I hope to body that.
I hope Jeff didn't do it, but I don't think Danny did.
Somebody shot Danny.
To death. Holy shit.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out and was like, I want to get the boys over there. Is he scary looking? Because I want, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay. Or he's not, I wanted the boys to be able to be with him.
Shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full alone. I was like, is he with...
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes. Should I go?
I'm sorry, but I am dying over here. Jane, I did not really like you when I first watched this interview. The way you babied and hung on Wendy made me sick. But girl, you are redeeming yourself in these clips. Wendy is going so hard for that reverse psychology victim role. And Jane is taking none of the bait.
Jane, when Wendy says that obviously she's going to be looked at as one of the people who did this, she's expecting you to say, "Oh my God, no, not my precious little Wendy Pooh. You wouldn't hurt a fly." Now, Wendy, you show me who said that to you so I can set them straight. Was it that mean old man? Come on, Wendy. Mama Jane is getting you out of here. You don't deserve this kind of abuse. Let's go.
But instead, she completely blows up her entire narrative.
Well, of course you would have killed Dan. You hated him more than anyone. Good that they did a GSR test, but have they considered completely drenching you with luminol? They need to do all the tests on you, Wendy. Personally, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Jane's even got it down to just 2 suspects. Wendy, which she's 99.9% certain that it's her, and if and only if Wendy is by some miracle cleared, then she gives her vote to Jeff. But then less than 15 seconds after she says that, she says this.
I object and do it.
So if it's not Wendy, you vote for Jeff, but you know Jeff didn't do it. And trust me, it is not lost on me that while Jane is certain Jeff couldn't have been capable of this, she continues to tell Wendy right to her face how guilty she thinks she is.
I understand why they think it would be me, but
Of course it would be you. If it's not you, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely.
But did you hear her change her sentence mid-course? She says, if it's not you, I would. And then Wendy looks right at her and she throws in the part about begrudgingly having to vote for Jeff. So what do we think she was going to say? I think my vote would be, well, if it's not you, I would be shocked. But as she's about to say it, Wendy whips her head around like, the fuck, Jane? At which time Jane's probably thinking, Jesus, I don't want you to kill me too. I vote Jeff. Her voice ends so sharply after that sentence. And then she tries to smooth.
I'll play that next, Amy.
Things over by saying, again, just going by likely. Oh, we know, Jane. There's nobody more likely than this girl right here. Wendy Adelson. Most likely to be likely, Wendy Adelson. Wendy, so likely, most likely to be likely, Wendy Adelson. Wow. But as much as that had me dying, this next comment leaves me absolutely cremated.
There, shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full on. Is he with...
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes. Should I go?
Oh, Jane. You are so savage. You inspire me to be more savage in my day-to-day life.
I think you better snap into a Slim Jim. Because a new level of savage just entered the building.
Just for the record, it took me a trillion gajillion years to just find the correct font to change this from Slim Jim to Slim Jane. So please, somebody notice that and appreciate that, because I probably spent a full hour and a half going through fonts trying to make sure that I got the closest font to Slim Jim. Oh my God. I am extra. Somebody commented on my channel the other day about my live stream that I tried too hard, and I'm like, I try the absolute hardest that I can. I spent 90 full minutes of my time in my life trying to just find the font for the Slim Jane. Okay, I'll go back. Oh, and Sean, really quick, just to answer your question. So I went back to the Charlie trial because they're doing the witnesses pretty much in exact order from day one. And so after the medical examiner who we just saw, they brought in Patrick Stanford from the FBI. Sorry, my kids are screaming in the background. They're fine. They're fine. And this is when they showed the surveillance footage of Premier Gym and Dan, the video of Dan entering the gym. And then right after that was Wendy. So we shall see, because it's still early in the day, and that I don't feel like took too long. Hold on, baby Cape. You okay? You got hurt? Oh no. So Patrick Stanford and the video. Okay, hold on. That took about an hour last time during Charlie's trial. I'm glad I brought your attention to the Slim Jane video.
Just entered the building.
Shouldn't somebody loves him?
Yes, yes. Should I go?
They're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married, and so I was telling him everything, and then I was thinking, oh my god, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But I mean, you're not gonna get framed for a crime,
right?
And
Jane, you're really making Wendy regret her decision to bring you here. She figured since you used to be a victim advocate that you'd look at her like a victim and advocate for her. I think she kind of forgot about the fact that as a victim advocate, you'd probably have a pretty good pulse on who is really a victim. And please note what Jane says here. You're not going to get framed. ... Longest pause ever for a crime. Note that she never says a crime you didn't commit. Just, you're not going to get framed for a crime, which makes sense, seeing that when you are the one who commits the crime, there's no frame needed.
I don't want to be left alone in that house. I want protection. I'm scared. I don't know who this is. I don't.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back. Do you need to am I a suspect? Do you need to watch me?
No, I don't need to watch you.
Okay, I'll be back.
And I don't know, what's wrong, but she might have inklings of what's going on, and she might.
Okay, so I'm going to, and hold on, I've got to put it back as live on my channel. Okay, so we wanted to, hold on, let me go back in the chat. It was the incriminating phone call against Donna. Oh, yes, Amy. Yes, so I actually took the, I took that footage, or not the footage, the footage, I guess. I took the audio of that phone call that Donna got caught talking about the Vietnam trip, and I was able to clean it up a little, and then I was able to boost the really, because it's in case you don't know what we're talking about, Charlie and Donna are on a phone call the day after Charlie gets convicted, and she starts talking, the phone drops, the call drops, and she stays on the phone. So her side of the call is still being recorded, and she starts going on and on about how Charlie just got found. Sorry guys, I'm trying to put this to public on my phone while I'm doing this. And I obviously can't rub my head and pat my tummy. But she's talking about how her and Harvey need to find a non-extradition country, how her and Harvey should just go night-night forever. And there are two parts of this that are, I mean, the whole thing is very interesting. But there are two parts specifically that are very interesting. One of the parts is where we learn that Wendy has always testified to the fact that her lawyer told her not to talk to any member of her family. That's always been her story. And we find out that Donna and Harvey, just like I called Best Buy, Donna and Harvey called Wendy's lawyer. And guess what? He never told her that. Never told her that. Never told her that she couldn't talk to her family. Never told her that she couldn't talk to her family about the case. Never said that. And there is another part of this phone call, which this is, I feel like this is a bunch of channels have this recording on their channel, but I feel like, and this is from Gavin Fish. He has all of the phone calls. He actually has a playlist in them. I have that playlist personally saved in my, like under my YouTube. It's for my like private purposes, but he has an entire playlist full of this. And there's a part where Donna is reading aloud an email that she wrote to Wendy, and then she reads Wendy's response. And Wendy's response is very CYA, very cover your ass response. I had nothing to do with this, Mother. As you know, as you and everyone are well aware, I had nothing to do with this crime or the crime, which if you didn't have anything to do with the crime, why the fuck would you even need to state that? Like, did I call anybody when P. Diddy was on trial or after he got convicted? Aw, thank you, Rainbow Bright. And did I call somebody, my best friend or my mom, and was like, hey, Mom, it's me. Just so you know, I had nothing to do with the crime that P. Diddy, you know, I had nothing to do with Cassie's beating. I had nothing to do with that, just so everybody knows. No, like, why do you even think that? Why would you even think to say that? Nobody would. It makes no sense. But Wendy says, I had nothing to do with Dan's death. And Donna, what it sounds like to me is Donna saying, oh, yes, you did. So let's listen together, and you can choose, you can decide for yourself what you think she said.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I do.
And just so you know, this doesn't have visuals with it. I literally just did this on the fly so I could play it for you guys. I do plan on putting something together. And I also have, and I'll probably play it after this, I also have a video where I have snippets of this phone call. And then basically the appropriate videos to go with it. So when Donna says, you know, they said we might get to the airport and you might get out, or you might get stopped at the airport, you know, but it's worth a chance. And then I have playing right after, like, her arrest at the airport. So I'm gonna scoot forward a little bit because I forgot to cut this out, but I just fast forwarded through a little bit of this stuff. Okay.
Move it. Because I don't understand why they wouldn't let you move it. I don't. It was blatantly.
Oh, and just so everybody knows that that picture was actually for a shoot that my husband and I were in for a magazine. These actually got published. I have the magazine somewhere. But yeah, so this was all styled. This is not my doing. I was just styled for this. But yeah, it was a fun little shoot that we did. And actually we had goats at the time. So I had this like little baby goat. Okay, so people are going to be tuning in right now and they're going to be like, what the fuck are we even talking about? Okay, so I got the lead role in Gypsy. I played Gypsy Rose Lee in Gypsy, like I think right as these pictures were being taken. And so I have this little white goat, which if you've ever seen Gypsy, she is gifted a little lamb and she sings a song about a little lamb. And at the time that I was cast as Gypsy Rose Lee, I had a goat who was pregnant. And I prayed every night that that goat would have a little white goatlet born to her so I could bring that little white goatlet on stage and use it as my little lamb. And yes, she had a little white baby goatlet. And every day I brought that little goatlet in, and that little goatlet, I had one of the girls like took care of the little goat while I was on stage for the rest of the time. But yeah, so the goat is actually, the goat was involved in this photo shoot as well. No, not ghosts, but my house is full of ghosts. My house is like straight up haunted. Straight up haunted. Okay, so let's go ahead. Whoops, that's not it. Here we go. All right, so let's go ahead and play this now.
I mean, look, I have, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. It's just, Dad's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called so that she could work with us because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So working on that, and just a lot. But you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie?
And oh yes, the defense tried like hell to get this excluded in evidence, but thank you, Sean. But yes, Devo, this will be played in trial, and I fucking can't wait. And I really hope that, I mean, I'll send Georgia this if she wants the upgraded audio. I was also able to clean up that Dolce Vita tape. Your tummy hurts? Come here, I'll rub your back. I was also able to clean up that Dolce Vita tape even more. Hi, Obsidian. Okay, all right, so let's listen to this.
Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry. The fourth time that they cut the line each time. Plus to pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in this room that they haven't moved. So the psychologist, they want to make sure he doesn't kill himself. So the psychologist finally came, and he said to her, if you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back and see where I am. Don't me, please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit. She said, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got a few of these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he thought he was going back like in an hour, but that she better get that thing done because I'll lose my mind in here. It's all spirit on the inside. All you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. These fluorescent lights, he says, are on all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. At least I know people. I can see people. He says, here, I'm in a box. So he's just... What? I mean, I'm sure he'll call back or just keep getting disconnected. I didn't even know they wasn't signing code. That's what it is. Nothing. So I wish we're on a very, and thank you very much.
That part is all kind of garbled. They are obviously away from the phone at different, different distances away from the phone. So that part is a little bit garbled, but I will try to stop intermittently to kind of go over what she's saying, because even though I cleaned it up, it's still hard to understand a little bit. And when I go ahead and I put this in a video, I will caption it. Usually when I do, this is one of the other reasons why it takes me so long to do a video, because I don't, the closed captioning, that's like the automatic closed captioning that comes with my editing software and that comes with YouTube and stuff. It's not always accurate, and that irritates the hell out of me. So usually I am hand typing all of the captions in my videos. So I will go ahead and stop this and kind of let you know what they're saying.
I think it's a nice way to just leave you alone.
She said, just leave me alone. I'll say goodbye. This is when she starts talking about their plan A to unalive themselves.
I can't.
So then she's just said something about Charlie. He's just got convicted of charges for something that he didn't do, which obviously we all know is BS, but she's upset about it.
I'm not that strong. And I also know how he, in a year and a half, his body and everything has slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life with a great man.
A year and a half, Charlie's already slowly started to deteriorate. I don't think it was that slow of a deterioration. I think he started out deteriorated and just got worse by the minute.
Slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life with a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good.
I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. We traveled, we lived good.
Really, I'm not unhappy. I'm more than willing to just say goodbye and let me lie down for good night.
I'm not unhappy, but I'm more than willing to say goodbye, let me lay down, and go night-night. Go night-night forever. You and me, Harvey, we'll do it together. We'll go night-night forever. It won't even hurt.
It wasn't painful. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good.
We bought our cemetery properties a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. So she's already planned a couple months ago. You know, Charlie was already well in jail pretty much right before Charlie's trial started. She's already, planning with Jackie Fulford what her funeral is going to be like. I want to look made up. I want to look like a drag queen. I want you to do beautiful makeup. I want my eyebrows to be as raised as they're going to be in my trial. Okay, I want to look like Divine. I want long eyelashes. I want big lips. I want you to give me lip filler in the casket, please, Donna. Or excuse me, Jackie. Please make it happen.
Wendy did this weekend because I said something that made her feel like I had enough, and I'm not going to watch it. If the trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do.
Okay, so she says Wendy came over, and she says to Wendy, if Charlie's trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. Okay, and Wendy, without skipping a beat, tells her, well, if you're suicidal, I'm going to Baker Act you. Which, in case you don't know, when you Baker Act somebody, you can put them under an involuntary psychiatric hold for up to 72 hours. And it's if they're in danger to themselves. Mostly it happens when they're in danger to themselves, but also to others, which Donna, I guess, is both more to others than to herself. I don't think Donna is... I don't think she would ever unalive herself. I think she's too selfish of a person for that. But I said this yesterday, I'm not sure what the plan is with Harvey if Donna gets convicted. Will Harvey just like down a bottle of pills right there in the courtroom? Because I see that happening. I see him just taking out a bottle of pills and just shaking it right into his little mouth hole, right into his little puppet mouth hole. Thank you, A Obsidian. You are so sweet. My graphic design gives you life. This is not mine. This is Gavin Fish's. And I don't know if you can see this, but it says phone use for sorry buttholes only. Yes, justice for Dan Markell, indeed. And this phone call is going to be one of the things that sinks Donna right into the earth.
Now, you know something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. She's never...
And then she says, you know something's wrong because we've lived here for 9 years and Wendy has never come over once. Which, I mean, if you listen to, and I've listened to all the jail phone calls, and I saw somebody mention Hidden Existence. Are Donna's phone calls from prison available? I asked for them already. I have like a little friend now over at the Tallahassee Police Department. I've talked so many times to this poor lady who's probably so sick of me. But she's always super sweet. And no, I have not been able to get her phone calls yet. I've asked, not for lack of trying, but not yet. But yeah, in 9 years, Wendy hasn't come over. But in 9 years, Donna's watched those kids every single day. I mean, if you listen to the jail, or if you listen to the FBI, the wiretap calls from the ones from 2016, every single time Donna's on the phone with Charlie, she has the boys. She brings them back to Wendy's house. So Wendy can't even be bothered to pick them up or drop them off. So 9 years at this point in time, in 2023, has Donna lived in this house and Wendy's never come over.
Just come over. I need so much. I'm sure probably make sure she sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, "Look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated. But this is what you're thinking. Just sat there, and she said, "Listen, you're suicidal. I'm going to make correction." So I said, "I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. I'll get to the boys tomorrow night." Sunday night.
I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. Are we going to see the boys tomorrow night? And of course, Wendy, who like can't pass up having having childcare, is like, yes, fine.
Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do.
Am I suicidal? No. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do.
Perfectly honest, I do. And we'll do it. We'll do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us. And we'll do it together.
We'll do it together. We'll leave a note. They'll know to come when to come and get us, and we'll do it together. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. We just go night night, Hobby.
That's the point. Look, got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there.
Did you hear that? We have to make a decision at some point. But after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, let me translate. We have to make this fucking decision fast because it is November 7th, 2023, which let me look at my calendar and see exactly what day specifically that was. All right. November 7th, 2023. This is a Tuesday. Okay. It is a Tuesday. Charlie was convicted yesterday on this phone call. And she says, we have to make a decision quick because Dan said, we talked to Dan, our lawyer, Daddy Danny Rashbaum, and we know what they're thinking up there. Who is they up there? Who do we think they up there is? Because they up there is Georgia and Sarah in Tallahassee. And you know what they were thinking? They were convening a grand jury for Donna the following Wednesday. Okay. So Donna is about to be indicted. The arrest warrant had not been written yet, but they were doing a grand jury for Donna the following Wednesday. Okay. And Dan, Daddy Rashbaum, told her that. All right. So they got to make a decision soon. She ends up being on, she makes her tickets. She's got tickets to fly out on November 13th, the Monday after this. Okay. Meanwhile, this entire week, the week after Charlie was convicted, before Donna left for the airport, they talked for over 24 hours on the phone, in which Charlie, which I'm not trying to say that Charlie deserves support or anything, but Charlie is saying how grateful he is to have his mom to talk to, how it makes him at least feel so much better that he can talk to her. Wendy's not talking to him. Rob's not talking to him. This is his only lifeline, is his mommy. And then his mommy says nothing to him, doesn't tell him about her plans. Harvey even goes as far to talk to Scott Radius, who is on the witness list for the state. And Harvey is trying to get information about the villa that Charlie owns in Vietnam that was being built, that was being, everything was done underneath the table because it couldn't be in Charlie's name because Americans cannot own property in Vietnam. So it was under Harvey Radius's wife's name. Of course, there was no paperwork for it because it was a shady under the table deal as everything that Charlie does is. And Harvey gets really aggressive with Scott Radius about this. He gets pretty pissed that Scott can't give him either ownership papers, which they don't exist, or he would like the money back. Which the house is being built, you dumb shit. Everything that Charlie has put into this is already, it's spent. It's the materials, the house, the villa is going up. So there's a little backstory to that.
I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. Because Jen said, you might, or you might do all of this, get to the airport, and they'll stop. And that could happen. It could happen. I don't know. But it's worth a try.
We might get all the way to the airport and they'll stop us. And that could happen. That could happen. Yes, there was a villa that was being built. Charlie was already having a villa being built. Why for? Why for, do we think, guys, that Charlie wanted his own place to be able to live at in Vietnam? Could anybody guess? Could anybody guess? So Dan, Daddy Danny Rashbaum, tells fucking Harvey and Donna, get the fuck out of the country. Get out of the country. There's no warrant for you yet. You better make a fucking decision fast. Which is just, I mean, it's just insane. I can't imagine a lawyer actually giving that sort of information. Good morning, Amy. How are you doing today? Okay, let's continue.
I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have to look at the woman.
So she's basically, she doesn't know what they're doing. They need to get a visa. They need to get these tickets. And they're trying to do this as surreptitiously as possible.
What do you think? How does it want to be done? With stipulations as to who's in charge and it's up to fund LCNA trial. And then the volume argument under the and the trustee. And one of the trustee and the volume.
Okay, so now they have another couple at their house. All right. I believe the woman is maybe like an estate lawyer, and then her husband is there, which Donna tried to use that line of defense for keeping this out of evidence was by saying, well, this is breaking lawyer-client confidentiality because the woman that was there happened to be a lawyer. Well, that's broken because, you know, who else is there? Her husband. So that couldn't be counted. So Donna says there's stipulations for who is in charge up there. Okay. Again, more than likely meaning Tallahassee, meaning the court system. And then the woman, and I cannot for the life of me decode much of what she says, but she does mention the word trial. Okay. And yes, this was not a rental villa. This was a villa that Charlie was having built from the ground. It was going to be his. He had been paying Scott Radius for it. I think at the point in time that this went down, he had paid like $35,000 to this villa. Harvey wanted the money back. Harvey was urging Scott to call Charlie, you know, and the time difference is huge. So he's like, he needs to call me between this and this time because he's calling me and it's 2 a.m. Like I'm not going to pick up at 2 a.m. Like it's crazy. Hi, Hotshot. How are you? So right now they're talking about basically this grand jury trial from what I've gathered. Would there be somebody who would be watching? Yup. Yup, there would be.
So, I would make some effort to respond after this call. If you would do that, I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? I can't because no response.
So Donna would like Wendy to respond so she can get her tickets and her visa and all that information together. Hi, Tom. How are you doing? Hi, Christina. So yeah, she would like her daughter to respond, and what she's about to say is, I also have to ask another question, which I don't know about. I've been trying to look it up online, but things change all the time. Is extradition? Is what countries don't have extradition? I mean, we could go to Korea or China, but they have extradition. We want to go to a country with no extradition.
So you tell her that I could call George?
No, I don't get it.
I don't know how to get in touch with her. So if there's Let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with him. Bondage told me my lawyer to call her lawyer if it's about me. And it was not about the case. I had at least When I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, oh, because I said, yeah, we know you never ask anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. Unfortunately, we found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him.
And he had no attorney. No attorney said,
I never told her that.
But I've never confronted him.
No. So I wrote this last.
So, all right, hold on, guys. I'm going to play this through.
Last night, we know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie tonight, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak.
Okay, sorry, I had a little bit of a meltdown in the background. Okay, so they just talked about Wendy's lawyer. Wendy, they had their lawyer talk to Wendy's lawyer, and Wendy was never told that she cannot talk to her family about the case. Oh, and also I have the trial live pulled up on my phone, so we won't miss anything. I will pop over as soon as it gets going. So Charlie says Wendy concocted that. Wendy concocted that. Let me see if I can back up so we can hear that part of it.
This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy? We found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him.
And he had no attorney. No attorney said,
I never told her that.
But I've never confronted him.
Wendy concocted that. Yep, everyone looks to protect you.
No. So I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got
Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you got a lot to think about. That's a little pointed, in my opinion.
Another call from Charlie tonight, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she says, this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger we don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. Here she was. Here she was. Here she was. Here she was.
I am not guilty. I was not involved, and I didn't have anything to do with Danny's death. And what I hear Donna say is, oh, yes, you were. Oh, yes, you were. And of course, I repeated it several times. So I'll back this up a little bit so you guys can listen to it, because it sounds to me like Donna says, oh, fucking yes, you were. You had a lot to do with it.
Directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger we don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. Here she was. Here she was. Here she was. Here she was. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement at Charlie's trial.
I mean, doesn't this whole thing just sound like such a cover your ass, like, bullshit email? Just so my mom and the FBI know, I was not involved. And this is after Charlie's trial, so Wendy knows emails have come in. You know, Wendy's not stupid. Like, Wendy's going to make sure that she puts that out. Oh, just by the way. Oh, okay, I think they're coming back on court. So I'm going to switch back over, and then we will finish watching this during the next break. Okie dokie. Whoops. There we go. Oh. Teasy. But yeah, I feel like, I mean, first of all, somebody says there's a YouTube short of Wendy. Tell me what it's about. You're welcome, Amy. We'll play the rest of it. The judge is already back in the court, so I don't want to switch back over right now. Yes, that email, John Smith, you're 100%. That was for the FBI, not Donna. Yes, and they are constantly putting on a show, DIY with Erica, for an entire audience in their own heads. Yes, they give main character energy more than anybody else does. So yeah, this entire phone call, can you imagine the look on the face of whoever was watching this for the first time? Can you even imagine? Like, were they not just sitting there? They're probably just sitting there like, oh my God, listening to this phone call. Oh, Charlie's calling Donna again. Jesus Christ. Like, this guy, how many times is this guy going to talk to his mommy? And then, Charlie, are you there? Ground control to Major Scum. Come in, Major Scum. Are you there? Oh, he's not. And then it's silent for a minute. And you think that maybe she hung up. And then it starts. And the most beautiful thing is, and we'll listen to this all the way through on the next break. But the best thing is that the call ends with whoever and I know their names, I just can't remember it right this second. But the husband goes over and he picks up the phone and he says the last thing you hear is, whose phone is this? There's a call that didn't hang up. And that's the last thing you hear. And it is crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I can't, and this was actually, this was discussed in her Arthur hearing, in her bond hearing, that she went up and she actually sat on the stand, and Sarah asked her about this, and she said, because they're trying to claim that this is breaking the lawyer-client confidentiality because that woman was a lawyer, which as soon as we find out that woman's husband is in the room, that goes out the window.
Water.
Huh?
I want it.
You need what?
I want it.
You need water?
I want it.
You want to watch what?
Cut.
Cut?
No, cut.
Cooks?
No.
Tuts? Lion guy? Nastia?
No.
Okay, I'll figure out what you want to watch in just 1 second. Sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit. If anybody wants to tell me what I was just talking about, that'd be great. But yeah, can you imagine if anybody wants to put in the chat what the hell I was just saying? Oh, she wants to watch the trial. Yes. She does. She does for sure. But oh yeah, I remember what I was talking about. Donna being on the stand and Sarah asking her about this. And so basically the lawyer, you know, her confidentiality defense went out the second that we realized that there's, you know, the woman's husband is in the room. So they're saying that, you know, yes, because when you make when these phone calls start, they start with, okay, here we go. Court is back in session. Okay. They start with saying, somebody from the Leon County Jail is calling you. This call will be recorded. If you feel like, you know, this shouldn't be recorded, you can basically, if you're a lawyer, it shouldn't be recorded, but that's it. We'll talk about it after.
My exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness, State's Exhibit 64, is an email exhibit. It's a composite. And I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. May I approach?
You may.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, and Wendy replied March 28, 2011. It includes content in paragraph 3, which is a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Defense is objecting to that item. On relevance grounds, the relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendy made comments and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny,
is Donna wearing lipstick all of a sudden, guys?
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
Shut up, Jackie Fulford. Sit down with your horse teeth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kappelman, as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
Donna rubbed a little bit of Kool-Aid on her lips when she went back for lunch.
She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
Yep, it doesn't matter. Oh my God. Well, let the jury decide what the email says.
It's not a confession of murder. It's a
Oh, Georgia's so over it.
expression of dislike, which just goes to the motive.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
Yeah, Sub Rosa, we'll replay that. Donna's outburst and Everett bitch slapping her. I'll go ahead and I'll screen.
Yes, we would ask for a limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markell. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendy have to schlep the boys.
Shut your mouth, Jackie.
Instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has
Jackie's trying to rid the jury can decide that.
Limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
His family.
Jackie's trying to rid the courtroom of the fly problem in there.
Is not hatred towards Danny Markell's family. And so I'm confused.
As to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markell, and all things Dan Markell needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back furthest in time. I think it's important.
Boom, boom, boom. That's
We're not
okay,
going to be
Erica.
wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it
You should have already
relates to
done
the
this,
state's theory
defense.
of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family.
It is being
will
let
be
in.
permitted on those grounds.
Boom.
If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given,
Tell
please
us
request
now.
it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Well, there's a horse in the courtroom. That's why the flies are in there. I mean, I don't know why Fulford doesn't just swat him off with her tail like a normal horse would. She's at a loss. You either know the instruction or you don't, you idiot.
Instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny.
That doesn't matter. He already said he's going to let it in.
Again, I'm
so
not
what
sure.
instruction do you want them to
disagree
say?
with the state's argument concerning this.
It doesn't matter. That's for the jury to decide. We present the evidence, and the jury decides.
State of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family, because it's not to do with the deceased.
Ms. Kappelman.
She doesn't care. This is only a drop in the bucket of the evidence against Donna.
Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from
I don't think it's personal dislike. I think it's just the fact that these are motions. They've had the evidence that the state is going to use forever. This is what pretrial motions are for.
Over children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives, and again, She likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Donna definitely put something on her lips in the back.
Response.
And it is not her color.
This is not an email from my client, Wendy Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least.
Is it forwarded email from Matt?
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading.
George is like, okay, sorry. I had the correct one right here that shows definitely.
Forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
I'm certain forwarding it.
Forwards it.
There we go.
I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's State's Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related.
Cause she's the queen of the court, the queen of the court. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, he doesn't really know why he wants it out. He just knows that he does. They don't want any evidence against Donna to be shown.
As to any questioning of Wendy Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or the exception to hearsay is the statement of a party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in her children's lives, particularly in their love lives, which directly relates to the motive to this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Martell. You get the idea.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this
Shut
case
up.
in any way, anything that the state has to
You don't think anything's material to the case?
It's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They
It
have
has
proven
nothing
criminal
to do with
offenses
that,
against
you
her.
dumb shit.
How does her,
There's
being
meant for
on
a lawyer.
Match.com, while she's living with her daughter, have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is you said 64I?
64D and I, Your Honor.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendy Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendy Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, she's on the wire speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
All of these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendy Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this. I believe it's 64W, an email dated June 27th of 13. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for Your Honor.
Yeah, say that in front of the Southern black lady that's on the jury. Can't wait for that to be heard. Whew. They will find a way to piss off every single person on the jury and make them despise Donna. And Stephen Sullivan, your TMU defense lawyer comment is too funny.
2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs.
Somebody give Jackie Fulford some oats and an apple and brush her because she's getting a little riled up.
So I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever Your Honor thinks on that one, Judge.
Folks.
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case.
How do you think they're going to take the let's dress up the 3-year-old and 5-year-old as Nazis? Huh? They were technically 2 and 4 at that time. Are the jury going to take that? Let's dress them up as Nazis.
In some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015.
Sorry, Donna. Why wasn't this done in the 3 trillion motions that the defense has already put in? Why wasn't this done already? No. Can we keep out all the emails where Donna is being a total conniving bitch? Sorry. Yup. No. I want her to look like Mr. Rogers over there. And, yeah, well, that should be brought in if Donna claims...
This email is an email regarding Wendy moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location, so the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on, but the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety.
Yeah, she said she was afraid. Charlie knows that the extortion guys are in Miami. Wendy goes to Miami. Nobody tells Wendy that the extortion guys that...
With one witness, but enter at a later point.
Walking all over the desk.
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendy Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we were given.
Hi, James. You're looking at the wrong paper, Jackie. You were looking at the wrong paper. I think they just like got him out of the... There's probably somebody who passed away in a nearby nursing home, and the box of their stuff was put out on the curb, and Jackie Fulford was trotting by, galloping by one day, and just threw him on her back and took him home. Yeah, I mean, she left a paper trail a mile long. I mean, this is so stupid. And the defense is like, no, we object. We're reading a different email. So that's not the email that we have in front of us. Well, she got scolded, Jill. She got scolded for her behavior. Jackie has probably never seen this evidence. You know why? Because they were too busy filing motions and fucking around this whole time during the entirety of the time leading up to trial. Like, when they should have been preparing.
April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendy moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
You're closer to the killers, you dumbass.
I asked Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security, which if they're being actively extorted under threat for their lives, would inquire about such a thing.
Oh.
You may lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item.
Georgia is so good.
When that witness is examined.
Yes, she was.
Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent,
Obviously.
is admissible.
Yep.
One thing, though,
Donna,
that
like,
is
what?
starting to trouble me with those.
Here we go.
We had many motion hearings in this matter.
This is what I just
continued
said.
This case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
Okay.
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed.
Look at him looking at her.
And then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibits you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste the jurors' times.
Oh.
At this point, we're 30 minutes behind where we should have been.
Oh, there we go.
Matters that need to be addressed.
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016, and it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father.
Oh my God. Wow. 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 I'm sorry, but if a horse and a beaver somehow mated with a dead axolotl, we would have Jackie. A horverlotl is what we'll call her. It was a three-way, which Wendy should know all about. Wendy's like, oh yeah, no, I think I actually did it with a horse and a beaver and an axolotl one time. A trapper keeper and a caboodle. And maybe a fanny pack to keep all this shit straight. They were given those emails 4 months ago. And that was just the extra 100,000. And just to clarify, the extra 100,000 emails were just between Donna and Dan Rashbaum. Okay? That's why the state didn't have them, because they were
again, the purposes of being
confidentiality covered.
Is going to motive or state of mind.
Yep.
What is the undue prejudice that the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing is her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Ms. Kettleman, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so in the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Mrs. Adelson.
In commenting on how the child is sad.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That, I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Right, sir, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father. It's dated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1.
For the record,
This is looking that over. I also have a stipulation of the parties may I approach.
okay, so
The first thing I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as soon as they come back in.
for the record, this whole notion that Donna believes that kids under a certain age can't know anything, can't be sad, don't have any understanding. Donna has a phone call with Charlie, and they're talking about Charlie's son, who is 5 years old at the time. And Charlie's not telling him where he is. He's just like, buddy, I'll see you soon. See you soon. And Donna is completely on board with that. She's like, oh no, he doesn't need to be told. He's too young. He won't even understand it.
Circle back to that.
A 5-year-old definitely understands. A 2-year-old even understands. My daughter's 2. She understands everything.
Stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64 I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Yes, sir, I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendy here. I'm sorry, from Wendy to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying,
all the
here's
time.
The schedule. Let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype.
Very much does. Very much does.
Mr. Markel, so I would ask to
And again,
admit it based on the statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Again, the jury can
The
decide
opening
that.
statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendy Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors.
Jesus, what a waste of time. She turns 3 the day before Halloween.
Are offered, the limited instruction will be given.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What? Yeah, he's irritated. I mean, we have done how many pretrial motions? How many motions has this and I could probably go through and actually find out, but how many flippin' motions have been filed through this? When they start talking again, I'll go into the clerk website and count how many motions this team has filed to omit certain evidence, and this should not be being done in court. They had all this evidence. They've had all this evidence. They've had it for months and months and months. They got a continuance already so they could look through the evidence further. And if they are not prepared, that is nobody's fault other than them.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver.
If you give me like 10 minutes, I could probably find his phone call and text him.
State calls Craig Isom.
Yay, Isom is here. Isom is here. He looks great. Yay. Yay. Here we go. Isom didn't come. He didn't testify in Wendy's trial. Oh, I'm excited about this, guys. Yes, Rainbow Bright. They are wasting time.
Speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Oh, I love Isom. Imagine, okay, look at, he's got the best resting face. Imagine the staring at Wendy the whole time we watch him.
Craig Isom, Craig Isom.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
He seems pissed, irritated even being here. Can you imagine him sitting across from Wednesday, how he was looking at her?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markell?
I was.
How long did Dan Markell live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed?
Yes.
Including his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
When and where did you approach Wendy Adelson?
Guys, they are setting up for Wendy next.
Restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 15 minutes after the shooting?
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right, and when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendy Adelson.
Okay.
And I had my badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other two individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on, they were still at the daycare, and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendy Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No.
Any Miranda rights read?
No.
Any use of force at all?
No.
She was not detained or under arrest?
No.
At any time did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
No.
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
No.
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
No.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect, isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce regarding child custody.
With child custody?
Including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendy Adelson and Daniel Markell.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death, is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right, and did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to the witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Overruled, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. The answer would call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60.
I love how he's like, yeah, I've been over this, and starts dying laughing. I want them to set up a bear trap, one of the ones that snaps on their leg, right in the witness box. So as soon as she steps into the box, she gets
portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Kappelman is doing right now. Overruled. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Move into evidence, State 60, Your Honor.
Please approach.
So Isom just testified on the stand, and trust me, this is going in. This is going into a video. I will put a compilation of this in. Here's Donna again, rolling her eyes, doing her little bullshit. So Isom just goes up and says, "Are you Wendy? Can you come over here for a second? I have to talk to you about something with your ex-husband. All right, just something with your ex-husband." And Wendy says to Jane, she says, "I was thinking in the car," and she says it to Isom as well. "I was thinking in the car." She says to Isom, "I was thinking, I didn't realize on the way over here if I was a suspect or not. I didn't know." Thank you, Esme, for the super sticker. You are so sweet. Or the super chat. I don't know the difference. I'm sorry, guys, but thank you so much. She says to Isom, am I a suspect? He says, no, I don't consider you a suspect. He's like so strained when he's saying it. But she says, okay, I couldn't tell from the way that you were talking to me in the car. She hadn't been told anything in the car. She hadn't been told anything until she got into the station. And she actually found out from a voicemail that her realtor left her because there was a shooting on Trescott. She says, oh, I just listened to this voicemail. There was a shooting on Trescott. And he says, yeah, that's actually what this is about. Dan has been shot and he's in the hospital. He's not going to make it. She starts to freak out. Well, she says to Jane, I was thinking, could I be, I think she said to Jane also that she thought she was a suspect. She thought she was a suspect in the car as well. Hi, Tracy, how are you? And then she says to the victim advocate that she was thinking in the car, in the police car, while he was bringing her from the restaurant to the station, if she could be set up for something, if she could be framed for a crime. Do you know anything that happened to Danny when you were in the car? You didn't know anything. Isom had told you nothing. He told you that this had something to do with your ex-husband, and you were told nothing else. And Isom says that he told her that the kids were okay. In the police records, it says that she asked if the kids were okay. Now, when she said that to Jane too, and I didn't believe her because obviously I don't believe Wendy I don't trust her as far as I can fucking throw her. But she she thought she was a suspect on the ride over. A suspect for what? The murder you hadn't heard about yet? The crime you didn't know that had been committed? Are we talking about Wendy or Donna, guys? I mean, they're kind of the same person. Okay, Tracy says, I mean Donna, my bad. They're the same person. But yeah, I mean, if cops came and picked me up at a restaurant, I would never think, oh my God, am I being suspected of something? Oh my God, am I being framed for something? I would think something happened. Something bad happened. Oh my God, what happened? Is everything okay? Is everything okay? What happened? Not what do you think I did? The whole what do you think I did bullshit. Yeah, Jill. Yeah. And when you think, oh my God, do they know I did something? Harvey's asleep. Harvey's turned off his headphones. His eyes are getting beadier by the moment. We can see the liver spots forming in real time right here. Do you think, yeah, close that. You're showing your cleavage off to everybody, Harvey. It's a little risque, a little bit risque. Tracy in Vegas, Donna with her frizzy hair and Jackie's lipstick only emphasizes her stupid cartoon-like frown. Yeah, the defense is getting scolded. So I was running into the other room. Okay, so this right here, this is Patty from Patty's Playhouse. Queen, love her. And that was Mentor Lawyer sitting just in front of her. Yeah, the size of this divorce flyer or this divorce folder is enormous. I am so excited that she brought that up. So can you guys tell me, because yeah, and that was the short one. That's just the amount of times that she said specifically, I'm a suspect, because she actually mentions and I'll go ahead and play that whole thing. I think it's right in the middle of that Savage Slim Jane clip. She actually mentions it over 25 times because she doesn't always say the word specifically suspect. I just wanted to put that in there for, that was in the final of my 7-part Wendy series. That was part 7. I wanted to make sure that, just for sound purposes, that she's saying, I'm a suspect, I'm a suspect, I'm a suspect. Do you think I'm a suspect? I'm a suspect. But in actuality, when you're listening to, and I'm sure I missed some parts also, that she's saying, I could see why you would think that I would do this. I know that you would think it would be me. I know that you would think it would be me. I could see why I would be the one. So she says it over 24 times in total, and that's just what I saw. And I know there's stuff that I missed because every single time I have watched it, I've seen something new. Okay, can anybody tell me what happened there? Because I stepped away for a minute. So we're letting the jury out, so something's going on that we need to discuss further. I love Georgia. I love Sarah. Georgia looks beautiful.
Please be seated.
Okay, what happened, guys?
What's that? You can step down, Mr. Isom. Please step outside the courtroom. Sure.
Yep. Oh, I know. I think we'll see that. I think we'll see that during Wendy's. Summa cum loudmouth. I just wrote. It asked me, good day, good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
All right. At this
he
point,
is fucking done.
Nearing
He's
becoming
done.
inclined to send
Listen
the
to
jurors
this.
home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications,
wow,
you need to look through that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution.
Just for the date.
So post July 31st of 2013, that's in
He's
here.
done. He's done.
There's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through,
I have.
Your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today,
he is fucking
what else does a defense need to look through concerning these exhibits?
This should have already been done. This should have already been done. This is like the 4th time he said it. And sorry that I was like commenting before, because I've got my earphone in. I've got my little earbud in. And then I've got my headphones in. So I'm hearing, my phone is like a couple seconds before my computer.
Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them,
oh my God,
we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Oh my God. Oh, he is fucking livid. Or as my ex-manager, when I used to work at Outback, would say, he is livid. I'm like, he is a fat in the body. Okay. Now, he is livid. I would be too. What in the world? What in the hell? I mean, can you see his body language? Judge Everett is so chill all the time. Look at his face. Look at how he's blinking his eyes with such discontent and irritation. As he should be, as well he should be, because you know what? They already talked about the fucking divorce. All this shit was already brought up. And you know what? He just said, I already made a motion. But this is what this defense has been doing. They have made and remade motion after motion after motion. Stop, Fury Pesto. Stop it. Stop it. That is mean. We love Judge Everett. They've done this already. And this is a huge waste of time. This is wasting the jury. This is wasting everybody in the gallery. Georgia and Sarah, they are beyond prepared. And guess what? Judge Everett already made a ruling on not only this specifically, but anything that goes to motive and state of mind and the way that Donna acted towards Dan and the motive behind this. I mean, obviously, look at him shaking his head. Oh, God. I would hate to be sitting at that defense table right now. Yes, very glad you could join us, Suma. Thank you very much. The stack of papers, it's equivalent to a ream of printer paper. Okay? It is over 600 pages long is their divorce binder. Over 600 pages long.
Subject to our objection concerning
my divorce was like one page.
For proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Isom, Wendy Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
Yeah. Do you know what? Because one of the first things... Oh, look at Georgia.
Go ahead.
I had not planned to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I had not heard anything about an objection, so I had not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that, and we move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery.
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we could tie up later and move on right now?
You can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well. Please bring the jurors up. Please direct Detective Isom to come back in and take the stand.
What a shit show. Would we expect anything less,
Detective Isom can come back in.
Yeah, this is very desperate. An Italian mama, I bet if you just put space words or spaces in between the letters of the swear word, YouTube will probably let it in. I don't exclude anything. But I notice, like, if I'm on my phone, because that's usually what I'm on when I'm doing my premieres in the live chat, it will block out, it'll, like, shadow out certain comments, and they'll be like, this might go against our standards. And I'm like, it doesn't go against mine. Show it. What an ass. I mean, the judge already ruled on this. So, like, tough cookies. Tough titties. If you're Harvey. Like, I can't. Sorry, you can't keep all this out. Yeah, let's have Georgia go through all of the 600 pieces of paper. What an insane ask. Fuck, I hate these people.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
Back to business. What assholes. This, what a waste of time. And you know what? If your client is innocent, bring in all the evidence you have, because none of it's going to show that my client is guilty. This is insane. This is insane. What does my daughter's divorce, that she literally argued every single day for 3 years, have to do with anything? I don't understand it. This family is cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore.
The approach with State's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize State's 54?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are the emails, I believe. I believe these are from Wendy Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendy Adelson's
Harvey's
computer?
mistress
Yes.
is with him.
Did you receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? And for the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is. Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendy.
Okay.
And it's
what is-
CC'd to another individual.
Okay. And what does Wendy do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markell.
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation, and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Kappelman.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, going to object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take the vote.
Oh my God. He did not just roll his eyes at that. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Investigator Isom, if you could step down, please, sir. So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items that the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them. But we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Oh
Judge,
my
as to
God.
64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to?
Jesus Christ, I cannot believe this. Isom is pissed. He is pissed. He just did 2 rapid fire objections in a fucking row after the judge just told him to shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down.
Cavalry, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Very well. Is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room?
I have
Please
Jackie.
look through it.
I have Jackie Fulford's open fly-catching mouth right now because I physically cannot close it. I cannot fucking believe this. Look at the people in the gallery. Ooh, I've never seen Judge Ever like this. He has never been pissed like this. He is, I mean, you've literally got the most fair, laid-back guy that you could probably have up here seated at the judge's, my mind is failing me now. The judge's station, I want to say. He is pissed.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
This is insane.
Exhibit 55.
I think we stipulated for that.
Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately.
George is
Email
done
64,
too. Holy shit.
my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
They already did this. This should have already been done weeks ago, months ago.
Objections by the defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items.
No, Your Honor.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
We'll only have an objection when everybody gets back in. She literally just had to go over every piece of evidence. This is what pretrial motions are for. This is what the pretrial motions are for. This is like the sole purpose of pretrial motions. This is why they give you all this time. This is why you have the evidence so far in advance. So this shit doesn't happen. You're not going to sit up there and object. All these things have already been admitted. All these things have already been looked over and said that you're scared. I'm going to go with you. All right, I'll be right back.
As to AA, whichever portion of the foundation you're capable of laying with the detective, you can at least start it with them. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses. Please bring back in the jurors.
Guys, what a shit show. What a shit show this is. This is the only card they have to play though, is to try to fuck up the flow of this trial. That's it. That's the only thing they can do. If they try to, get the jurors distracted, get the jurors not sitting there engaged, paying attention this whole time. This is their only tactic. This is all that they have. How are they going to explain away any of these things? They can't. All this evidence has already been looked over. Everything has been decided prior to this. This is literally, the Markells actually got divorced before Dan passed away. Hi James, I don't know if I said hi to you before. I saw you in here and I don't know if I said it out loud or in my head. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they were already divorced when Dan passed away. But, the jury's not dumb either. They're going to know that they have been taken out because of the bullshit games that the defense has been playing. They're going to understand which side is creating all these issues. This shows a severe lack of respect for the state. This shows a severe lack of respect, for their client. What can they do with this evidence, though? I mean, the best chance that they can get against defending against this is to just get it kept out, because that's really the only chance they have, is hopefully, you know, get it kicked out. Jill says, OMG, why do people keep trying to make me work? Don't they know it's National Fried Donna Day? Oh. Holy God. I know, today should have been a national holiday. Yeah, Donna, pull your shirt down. Can the lady right next to her, I know she can hug her, but can she not look at her collar?
You may continue with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
Mr. Isom, you, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
That's the first thing he did.
File.
Yes.
All right, and as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendy
Thank you,
Adelson's
Steve.
Google
That's
search
so
warrant?
sweet.
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in
Thank
which
you very much for the super
the
chat. I really
contents
appreciate
of,
that.
well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markell was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Objection.
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court.
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death.
Yes.
This was a major
And
motion.
Did
Major.
you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
This is an absolute major motion. This is the grandma motion. Okay, this is the motion that says
Yes.
Donna is disparaging
And
Dan.
Are
and
the
she
contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markell is requesting?
Okay, never mind. They're gonna.
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children
Why not?
because of the statements that are made in here, and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge.
Are you? Are you kidding me?
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up
So,
AA, I would seek to admit the whole
If
thing.
Donna is not
States
allowed to have
64, any
unsupervised
objection?
The
visitation
objection previously made, Your Honor.
with the kids.
Concerning
Your
States
objection.
64, it will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's
Super
Exhibit
sleazy.
64, the defendant,
Super
Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markell?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD.
You know, if Donna can't have unsupervised
Do you recognize that
contact
exhibit?
with the
Yes.
kids,
What email is
it
that?
fucks over Wendy
This is-
more than anything.
This is from Donna to Wendy.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time.
Asshole, fucker, all the things that Charlie was giggling at during Georgia reading this. But yeah, if Donna can't have unsupervised contact with the kids, who's going to watch the kids 24/7? Because you know Wendy's not. Donna essentially raised those kids. I mean, this is just absolute. This is kind of the end of things. If Donna cannot be with those kids by herself, it screws up a lot of shit. Not only for Donna,
Have you ever
But
seen an email
mostly
where
for
she called
Wendy.
an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M as in murderer. I wish you would have said that. M as in murderer.
M.
Really, that was a loss.
Did she, who, I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendy, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markell any names in that email?
Poor Isom having to scam through this. Like, we should have highlighted these. Yep, parental alienation, exactly. Exactly. I love Isom. Yeah.
Yes, she does.
There we go.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
There we go.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Donna is
Yes,
fucked.
Does that
Donna's
email,
dead
is
in
it
the
from
water.
Donna to Wendy?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes,
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes,
Okay, what does she suggest?
she suggests that the children between Wendy and Dan start attending, or her at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markell, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markell to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes,
Draw your attention to tab W.
So funny that Donna doesn't respect the court ruling.
What is the
Weird.
proposal in reference to this bribe?
Giving me deja vu for some reason.
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Fucking $1 million.
Okay.
A third of $1 million. That's what Charlie was taking. Yeah, the court made a motion on something. Donna wiped her ass with it, huh?
Any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markell?
Yes,
Did he have a life insurance policy?
he did.
Fuck.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from the second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Guys setting up for Wendy.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendy Adelson.
What
Wendy
about through
is
his
next.
employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markell's estate?
$2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
Please. Do you have personal knowledge that Wendy wears blue contacts? Does she try to pretend
Judge,
like
at
those
this
are
time,
her
I'd ask
real
to move
eyes?
Into evidence, State's Exhibit
Rob
119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are.
Here
State
comes
119
the
is
Premier Gym surveillance,
And
guys.
was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence, State's 89.
Any objection?
Objection.
There you are.
How do we know this
State's
is
89.
really Dan going into the gym? How do we know?
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the gym?
I believe it was 9:11,
9:11 sound right?
9:11, yes.
We're talking about AM, so you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
And what does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks, and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you.
So so pretty much they have had the witnesses in the same order, and right after this was shown was when they called Wendy last time. So I don't know if they are going to
Is this black vehicle
call
Mr.
her
Markel's
or
vehicle?
let
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door.
the jury go home. Or we could potentially be hearing from a new witness in this instance. But there was a different person that set this video up last time. Yep. I hope there's vodka in that water bottle for your sake,
Same
Donna.
car.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And is
green
the-
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger?
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct. It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry?
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct, yes. It's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction. And this is the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
Yep. Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. I think it says 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this point?
He's exiting the Premier in the same door he came in. I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes, or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry?
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
Is that?
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
back side. See it? Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it was a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and State's Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish States 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is that
Correct.
right? And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
Oh, that's good news because she was right after this testimony
This
in
is
Charlie's trial.
southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No.
That would have saved you a lot of
A
trouble,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time, yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
The detective work on this case was absolute genius. I mean, just
Does
genius.
evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this car.
Okay, now can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand, we found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the way the suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road?
Yes.
The way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:51.
Okay. Please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But,
okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
Well, this bus now, this is a different bus. Same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus that's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound, the shooting has already happened. And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Trescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Wow.
Okay, and you say they.
Wow.
Why do
Under
you say
4
they?
minutes.
Well, here shortly you'll see
Wow.
what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a black, solid black shirt or upper top.
Both of the workers that they brought on as witnesses for the Adelsons are liars. They both sat up there, especially the one Maurizia, I think her name
try to
is.
get a better look at those occupants.
She was like, I can't. I mean, obviously they paid them. They paid them, but.
All right. What are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the SunPass transponder, so we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right, so what do we do to try to track down the SunPass transponder?
We got
This is really the detective work is so top
contacted
notch.
Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the SunPass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a SunPass, and I was overwhelmed with there was thousands, so that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central. anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay, and is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass
That's correct.
thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right, and what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. We didn't. It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75, from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation. And I explained to them what I had. I said, we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009, silver pine mica, not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County, and there was only one Prius, and that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Okay. Did law enforcement go to Save Gas in Miami?
Yes.
Was there any documentation discovered at that business related to the rental of this vehicle?
There was.
I know this is a little long-winded and we want to get to Wendy, but this is still important that he lays out how they figured this out.
Recognize state 67.
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Okay, moving to evidence state 67, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. State 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about the people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there?
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes.
Is that the number listed right here?
Yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay.
You know what?
When was it due back?
I'll tell you in a second.
Due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay.
Donna's wearing the identical wardrobe that the Menendez brothers wore to their trial. I shit you not. I will, you know, I'm going to find pictures and do side by side, but it's the same exact outfit.
Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that
Hi, Jamie.
we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
She's there, John, right
on
now.
I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different. This was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
Steve, please, 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 go walk by Wendy and say, yeah, no, there's like 10, the SWAT team is here. They're going to take her down. Yeah, no, they were watching Jackie's video. They want to do it just like that. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Stop resisting. This is going to make it worse for you. You're going to get another charge, Wendy. That was her noises. That's her I'm getting arrested noise.
Not the right thing.
Yeah, and Luis even says in his interview that, you know, first of all, he says straight up that he never wanted to do this. He's like, why are we going to go kill somebody?
Right.
Hold
Let
on.
me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 55. You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
It's this sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move it down to State's 55.
The defense is stipulated.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
Finally, no objections. Jeez. Yeah, Luis said, you know, when Sigfredo told him, he says, we're gonna kill this guy because a lady wants her kid back. He says, why don't we just go rob the lady? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Let's just go rob the lady. He says, I don't want to kill anybody for their kids. That's ridiculous. And he also said when they went up there, they got pulled over and they got a speeding ticket. And he told Sigfredo, he says, this is a sign. This is a sign. We should go home. We shouldn't do this. This is a sign. And they were almost to Tallahassee at that point. Luis is the only one that actually said we shouldn't do this, and the only one that had remorse for this afterwards.
Now,
he was very affected.
Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was the 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to establish any link through people between the two that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markell?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay, and did
at the
she
same
have...
time,
Go ahead.
same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right, so initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markell?
None.
All right, so this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay, and was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right, and did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay, and were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanowa's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, in Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanowa, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanowa, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
What was it, regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes.
Was Ms. Magbanowa present when you entered the building?
No.
Did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanowa was. The other person that came up to the front, she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanowa and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
All right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanowa?
No.
Any employment application?
No.
Schedule?
No.
Timesheet?
Nope.
W-2 forms or tax filing records?
Nope.
Any performance evaluations?
None.
So only the checks?
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanowa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
All right. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks
concluded.
Okay. According to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes.
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson.
All of them?
Everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that Magbanowa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service off-site for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No.
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
That's correct.
Donna just puked her pants. Hi, Melanie.
When was Catherine Magbanowa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016.
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes.
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. Magbanowa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Because lack of relevance. About to testify to something that has.
They are not objecting again.
Ms. Kaplan, please lay the foundation as to this matter in this trial.
I wish he was like, Mr. Zellman, we've talked about this.
Go ahead, sir.
So, so let me back up. So, while Ms. Magbanowa was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, Magbanowa, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. Magbanowa?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back, and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
This is what they already fought about this the other day.
Co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it.
This is still so scandalous. I'll talk about this in a second.
So you speak to Kawas, and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer?
Correct.
No further questions.
So, okay, so this was brought up when I'm pretty sure Rashbaum was still Donna's lawyer at this point in time when they tried to get this kept out. Okay, so he's talking to, he's trying to talk to Katie, okay, to offer her a deal, all right? And out of nowhere, innocent Charlie Adelson, part of the innocent Adelson crew, his lawyer calls Isom to see if Charlie's being arrested.
Good afternoon.
Next.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continued to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, It's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned.
Yes.
Obviously within reason.
Yes.
We just heard like a 45-minute dissertation about how they found the car.
Your
He's
agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct?
Mm,
You started getting them in July?
yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendy Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach?
well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanoa, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanoa, or you see Katie Magbanoa's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendy said that, didn't she? In her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where is... Do you have 64 up here still? Mr. Isom, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
Let's see. And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markell bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation?
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendy as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as the custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendy didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanua from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee,
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanua.
And when Miss Magbanua was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanua's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanua's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion,
yes,
and you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
Guys, this is crazy, and I'm going to pull up the hearing that they argued against getting this information in.
I
Because
just
they
needed to take a break.
they tried to prevent this from coming in when Rashbaum was still Donna's lawyer. So this was last year that this happened. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up so we can look at that after this. But this is this not the spiciest of spice? The juiciest of juice? The most whole, delicious cross-examination you've ever seen?
The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendy. Now, the sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I doubt that the Markel boys would be at this trial.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is it there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV, Friday, July 18th, between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
Oh, pop off, Isom. Isom is a fucking baddie, guys. I don't really understand. I mean, I get it, but don't be mad at Isom ever.
Email.
He's the GOAT.
The Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one become available? Do you see that language?
They're trying to set the foundation that Donna didn't
What's
write
the
any
answer
of these
underneath that?
emails.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Isom knows. I mean, just look at his body language. He's leaning back like, you are not even worth me sitting up for. I'm not even gonna let my spine support me to look at you. I'm giving my spine the day off because you are not even worth the muscles in my back and my core to sit for you. Isom is the best. I know he wasn't like punching Wendy in the face during her interview like we all want to, but he got so much out of her. Like, Wendy would not have sat in that room for a minute longer if she thought that she was a suspect. That's why she asked 150 fucking times. if he was a suspect.
Defense
Or if
pointed
she was a
out,
suspect.
hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? Donna
Yeah.
Harvey at gmail.com. And some of these are signed dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed mom?
Right.
Okay, and
Some of them are
drawing your
clearly
attention to this one on
from
May
Donna.
3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4
Mom.
of the exhibit,
Mom. I love him.
just a moment.
Guess what? Wendy's outside the courtroom. Go ahead and arrest her now. Send the cops out there. They should beat her with a billy stick. Yeah, no, I think so too. Smash her face against the hot iron.
The State's
Having it
Exhibit
heat up like
W,
that.
this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this
We don't know,
one-
Beverly. That's what everybody's trying to figure out. I don't think it's the boys, though. Or I don't think it's either one of Dan's sons. I know what they look like as little kids, and I don't think it's them. Isom is great. I love him so much.
All right,
Yeah,
so we've got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
You may step down, Mr. Isom. Will he be retained?
guys.
You may be recalled at some point in the trial. We remain in contact with
Wendy next. Are they going to call her? Or are they going to end
that?
early? Because obviously she's
Yes,
going to
sir.
take longer than an hour and 15 minutes.
Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Holy moly. Alright, I don't want to click off quite yet until we make sure that Judge Everett isn't going to scold the defense again, because that would be great to see.
Everyone can be seated. Just
Oh.
a reminder for the
There we go.
gallery while the testimony is taking place. If you step outside of the courtroom, you'll need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete. We will resume at 3:50.
Okay, guys, so we have just a few minutes, and it seems like Wendy is going to be next. We are not. Someone was banging? Mabby was? And me? Okay, so, first of all, the testimony of Isom about the employees, when he says, well, considering the nature of this job, that they're in people's mouths, I would hope there would be a little bit of scrutiny. Cracked me up. Okay, so did you guys, and I'm going to show the clip of this after. I have it pulled up in my YouTube history, but I don't know if you guys completely followed the whole thing, and I was making my kids ice cream cones, so I was only half listening. But basically, yeah, they're doing a really, she's a little chipmunk. Okay, so basically, what happened? And this was argued when Daddy Rashbaum was still Donna's attorney. Okay, it was argued. There's a hearing showing this, and they wanted to keep this out. All right. So essentially, what happened was Isom contacts Miss Terraquas and says, "Hey, we'd like to talk to Katie to see what she knows. Basically, we would like to talk with Katie. So, can we talk with your client?" He gets off the phone with Miss Kawas and immediately gets a phone call from Charlie's lawyer at the time. He gets a call from Charlie's lawyer, and he asks, "Hi, so I was just wondering if you were going to arrest my client. Just curious. I was wondering if you were going to arrest my client who has nothing to do with this murder, who's not involved in any way, but he's curious if he's going to be arrested." You know, he's curious if he's going to be arrested because Katie has been extorting him. So he's afraid that he's going to be arrested for the murder because he's been extorted. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And not only that, but there is also, in the wiretap calls, Katie calls, it's not her lawyer, but it was Sigfredo's lawyer, okay? And she's talking to Sigfredo's lawyer, and she's curious if she's going to be arrested. She's obviously scared to see if she's going to be arrested because obviously she knows she's involved with this. They had already arrested Sigfredo. So she's talking to her lawyer, and she says, she says, "I'm just wondering what's going on. Is there a warrant out for me? Blah, blah, blah." And the lawyer says, "Well, there's not a warrant out. I think they wanted to talk to her or something." He basically says they don't have anything on you, which how would he know? And what a terrible piece of advice to give. But he says to her, if the cops end up coming to your house, they're going to be there to arrest you. That's pretty much the only reason why they would be there. So, yeah, who all is in the courthouse? I'm sorry, my chat is the best chat in the history of the land because we've got all this. It's like I have insider stock trading information. So he says the cops are only going to come to your house if they're there to arrest you, basically. So if the cops show up at your house, you are getting arrested. But then he says, "I've already spoken with Charlie's lawyer, and don't worry, because Charlie's not going to talk." Hi, Gonzo. Charlie's not talking, so don't worry. Charlie's not saying anything. Why would anybody be concerned about Charlie saying anything? Why? I love Tara Kawas's accent. Love it. Love it. Oh yeah, I posted a picture of Wendy, and I posted, here, let's go back over here because I posted another little another picture from the courtroom that I found. I, for one, am so glad to see Harvey's 4 brothers were able to join him in support of Donna. This is such a hard time. It's so comforting to know that Harvey has family there for him. I think it's really nice that Harvey has got all of his family here for him. Hold on, Pumpkin Pie. Here we have Walter. I don't know who this is. But I don't remember this guy's name from the Muppets. He's the one that sits up at the stand and heckles the Muppets. And here is Sam the Eagle and then Gargamel. And here's Wendy, guys. Thank you for sending me that. I really appreciate that. And here's her lawyer holding hands with her. You want that on? Okay, hold on. Here's her lawyer holding her hand. Because Wendy always needs her hand held. What is this? What is this paperwork? What are these notes? Are you keeping notes? Shush. What do you need? Come here, I'll help you. She's trying to get a glove on, and it's tricky for her. Yeah, that's little sticky things on the glove. Yes. Yeah, she got a new dress. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, hold on, I do it. I have not had a chance to put the side by side of the Menendez brothers. Yeah, here, I'll fix it. It's just popped in. I'm not gonna hurt you. Here, put your little hand. Oh, I did? Did I poke you with my nail? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to. Putting gloves on a toddler is like trying to put like high heels on a cat. Put on some glasses and a wig and I would make a mean kwas. I love her accent though. She goes up and she's like, the state has everything. I can't even do it. I've got to listen to it before I do her voice properly. Oops. Are you okay? Am I still with everybody? Can everybody hear me? It looks like my webcam is frozen up. I don't know if my cat disconnected my webcam or not. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if everybody can hear me. Okay, can you see? Okay, I'm frozen. I think my cat might have disconnected. She's sitting behind the computer right now. Spooky baby. Did you hear her do a little meow? All right, I'll just stay off screen for right now, and I will go ahead and try to fix that as soon as we go back to that, so I'm not, fuddling around when we could be talking about stuff. Yeah, I mean, they got a whole row, they got a whole row. Do we really think that she spoke to Harvey? I don't. That's crazy. Yeah, she doesn't have her lucky dress on. I know. Come here, spooky baby. You disconnected the camera. Come here. She's like pawing all over everything. She's been laying behind the computer this whole time, and I was afraid that something like that would happen. Wendy has a double chin and is wearing bargain basement shoes, and I don't mean Feline's Kim. Okay, good. At least you can. I will fix that. Okay, look, we're back.
Yep, we're back. What's that?
May I address the court while she's working on the jury?
Wendy should be next.
I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
Oh, he thinks we resolved that. I hate.
I believe the captain just brought it up because there might have been a discussion while I was in the room.
No. Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to some.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm
For
referring to the
64,
divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
Right, that was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
divorce.
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You were certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I believe the objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case, and with that ruling, I mean, obviously we'd like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete as to State 60, it is not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
You want him brought in now before?
Want to have him seated before we bring him in?
You can bring in Rivera first.
Hi, Brenda. Okay, so yes, her North Korean army dress. So it looks like we're bringing in Luis first, and then that'll probably end with him. So I'm glad at the very least that they wasted Wendy's time. That makes me happy.
You can take a seat for right now, Mr.
I love Luis, guys. I know he was part of this, but he's seriously like the only one that's trustworthy.
So you're closer to that microphone.
All rise, you're entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Okay. Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
In state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
I'm curious if they have a bus video of Wendy.
What was your sentence on the second-degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was
Spirit
concurrent
Seeker.
with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me? Say it again?
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
He is palpably believable.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
And the
Have
only
you been
one
offered anything
that
on
was
your federal sentence
sad about Dan
from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
He was like having
As
nightmares.
part of your
actually, about it.
negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Dudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
He
what
had
was
the neck
purpose
tattoo
of
in the
this
last
murder
one.
as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was total was be like 100, something like that.
Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment, or was it a payment that occurred over time? Is what you got?
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence, states 45, Your Honor.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phones.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
All right, so were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
The objection states 44.
No objection.
Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one?
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. It's been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the car.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it?
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe, I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't going to do nothing in front of no kids. But
he had the kids with him?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
But for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him, I believe. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
That chuckle.
We was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car?
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo.
Where did he get the information?
From Katie.
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
Nope.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy, did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Twice.
Oh my God,
Shoot him, where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and sitting down the driver's side on the phone.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
Tracy.
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
He said
Where
they
did you
threw
go
it
after
right,
the murder?
right about 15
Go
minutes
home?
where I used to live.
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. So 38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
I haven't even noticed that Luis is sworn, but I love him.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
So that's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
Tracy, I'll just be your bodyguard.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you want, I can psychologically hurt him. I can hurt him in places that he can't
40.
heal.
Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
Okay. And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time?
Nope.
Okay. So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Your Honor, excuse us.
All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
Oh, I was in a barbershop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. Hey, I think my baby mama called me. I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay.
Can you hear
Katie and
that?
Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right. And do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No.
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it.
Absolutely.
And she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was all stapled. Never
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash. All
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
Any objection to 46 and 47? No objection. Move into evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to the defense.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. States Exhibit 136. Is this it? I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 136. recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice?
Absolutely.
On the particular call that reference?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 136.
Objection. Case 136, Linda.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Tracy! Tracy, stop. Oh my God. Ugh. Sorry, I had to take my wee little baby to the potty. The defense team's going to stand up. Judge, I'm sorry. We need a quick break. Our client just soiled herself, and she needs somebody to change her. So, if we could just get a quick recess, please, to go change Donna's diaper, we would really appreciate that.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
He wanted to rob the lady anyway.
Actions and what he was thinking at the time.
Hello?
Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I would have went and robbed them myself.
There you go.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way up to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that, yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Seriously, Judge, we need that break. Donna is stinking up the entire courtroom. I've been spraying Febreze near her, and it's not helping. Hi, Kristen. Hi, Steve. Just Luis being awesome. Pretty much the same testimony. They tried to object to a speculative question, which she's asking if you knew that they had a whole safe full of money, a whole safe full of cash, would you have driven all the way up to Tallahassee? And he's like, no. And then, he already told Sigfredo, he's like, I don't want to, why are we going to kill this guy? Like, we're going to kill this guy for some lady? Let's go rob the lady. It's, that makes more sense. Why are we going to drive all the way up to Tallahassee and back to kill some guy that we don't even know? He says for custody. I mean, that made him sick, and he had nightmares about this, guys. Like, he was very, very affected by this. His girlfriend at the time, Jessica, said that he was basically waking up in the middle of the night screaming because of this, and he was, freaking out. She at one point called Garcia and was like, you need to come over, like, your boy is freaking out, you need to come calm him down. I don't know what's going on with him.
Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markell's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school, so when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school, and so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, was past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was
Oh
she
my
wanting her
God.
children, correct?
Absolutely.
Donna just, all the kids. I'm surprised she's not like, and also Rob. Rob also wanted him to be killed. Didn't Rob pay you in stapled money? Wasn't it Rob? I can, but holy shit. Jesus.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
It's like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You just hold on to that for a second.
Oh my God, I love him. He just corrected her. It's Mr. Rivera to you, bitch.
Mr. Rivera, when we met with you that
Ms.
day,
Rivera,
taking your
if you're
deposition, I
nasty.
presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markell, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said,
He corrected
if you
her to
would,
call him
please
Mr.
put
Luis,
the number
or Mr.
4
Rivera
next to the
when she
man who
called
was
him
killed,
Luis.
And you did that with Danny Markell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Good one, Jackie. You figured it out.
Just one moment,
You
Your Honor.
cracked the case. You solved the code. Gotcha. Yeah, no kidding, because he didn't have interaction with them. Like, the link is not going from Donna
Redirect
to Louise.
examination.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
He's to remain under the rule, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else.
Oh, I thought she called him
The bailiff will take
Louise.
it at this time.
I'm surprised she wasn't like, you people all look the same, to be perfectly honest.
Parties can approach.
Did she really, Germain? Or are you just being funny? Wow. So, recap. Donna has just pointed to both of her other children as as the ones who did this. Holy cow. I cannot even handle it. Okay, then I must have heard that wrong. She gets up there, good afternoon. Excuse me? Well, he was expecting her to go, nay! So he was confused. We all understand you're supposed to make horsey noises.
Jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case. Once again, I'm going to remind you of this. Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday.
Judge, before they step out, may we touch on one other item?
Yes.
Even my 2-year-old knows what a horsey says. Yes, Patty does look beautiful, doesn't she? Yeah, Donna is out for Donna. I said that in my Charlie will roll on Wendy video. This family has no loyalty to anybody else. None. She's going to wear the same dress. She's same dress Wendy. She's wear it again Wendy. So, of course, Wendy's going to wear it again. Oh my gosh. Yes, I know. I told her that I was jealous that she gets to go to the trial, and I'm just living vicariously through her. I hope she's having a great time. I would love to be there, but I'm having so much fun with everybody. And my cat did something. My webcam is working, but she disconnected it, so I'm going to have to reconfigure it to my streaming software. Yeah, clip clop, clippity clip clop. A horse is a horse, of course, but nobody can talk to a horse, of course. That is, unless the horse, of course, is the famous Jackie Fulford. Oh, yeah, seriously. This did not go well for you, Donna, and they've not even begun. Yeah, the family has no loyalty to each other. They're cannibalizing themselves already. She won't even do that. She's filthy, remember? Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Steve. I'm just trying to get on my email too, but I'm terrible. I can't do 2 things at once. I know this has been constant entertainment. Mentor Lawyer's there. Patty is there. Oh, there's Tim Jansen. Joel is there too. I haven't seen him though. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention. Oh, that lady has the same mouth as Donna.
Please report at 9:15, and by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night.
Oh my gosh, guys. Well, this was a very eventful day. Donna, still pull your fucking shirt down. How do you not feel that? How do you not feel that you're a disaster? How have you not looked down at your own self? How has nobody looked at her? Nobody wants to pull that collar down. You know what it looks like? It looks like her shirt is like too much up in the back and she needs to pull the back of it down by my professional assessment. Let's just stay here a second in case he talks to the courtroom. I want to, I felt bad cutting you guys off yesterday.
Ms. Kappelman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose, and I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago, so.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness and go through it smoothly, it'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest from the weekend. Do you all prefer to do it that way?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I did fail to introduce one of the ATM still images, Safety Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this time?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection.
No objection. There you are.
States 37 is admitted.
Because Jackie Fulford asked for it, because she wanted equal amounts of rows
What has been
for
admitted and has
for
not.
Donna.
It cannot hurt.
Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate
I have
you.
on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34.
Oh yeah, maybe
admitted,
that's it, Stargazer. She missed a butt.
37 through 47 admitted. 55 admitted. 67 and 68 admitted.
As soon as he stops talking, I'll recap on the
admitted,
scolding.
with the exception of AA.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
88, 89, and 90 admitted. 119 through 128. Excuse me. 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, and 128, and 136.
They probably did that on purpose.
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony
Thank you, Steve.
from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not
Thank
sure
you,
if
Kim.
121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit Stacy exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128.
I 100% agree, Amy.
What else?
After 128, 136, and that's it.
Jesus.
That matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used.
Yes.
Advised the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes.
That's okay. I appreciate you being here,
And
Spirit
the
Seeker
foundation
Squad.
for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64 AA.
Jay May, it's not fine correctly. Trying to look like a people lady, but I can't even find my
8:30
shirt
on Monday
correctly.
morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Okay, so Sub Rosa, were you here? Okay, so they have the not the medical examiner. They had the forensic examiner come up. Basically, the one who took she took pictures of the crime scene and Dan's car, and then she went to the hospital and she took pictures of Dan. Well, they show a picture of Dan's arm in the hospital bed. Thank you, G-Laugh. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. J May, can we just call her Fulford? Jackie name shouldn't be soiled. Thank you. I know I'm only confused sometimes when I read that in the chat, but I can usually figure out who it is. So they show a picture of Dan's arm. In terms of the pictures that they have of him, this is a pretty mild one. Donna, who already knew that there was going to be, and sorry, I don't have my camera. I'm going to have to reconfigure my camera. My little spooky baby kitty cat disconnected it. But Donna's already prepared to see the autopsy photos. So as soon as they put up a photo of Dan, she starts doing the Wendy dry lie cry. And she is having this whole emotional outburst. She's holding her chest. She's holding her mouth. She's holding her breath. So her face starts turning very red. And she's having this full display. Okay, this goes on the entire time. Now, granted, yes, it's still awful. Like, it still shows, that but it's of his arm. It's stippling. It looks like a bruise. Okay, it's not. He's still alive in the picture. It doesn't show anything else. They show it to us. They put it on the stream. Like, it's not a gory, horrific picture. But she has this whole display, And then they go through the medical examiners, and she's still kind of having the whole display. Zellman whispers something. Thank you, Steve. I'm really glad you were here with us today. I appreciate you trying to snap some pictures of Wendy. Zellman whispers something to her, probably like, Donna, like, you can't be doing this in court, whatever. So she's still having this reaction when now they're showing the autopsy pictures. So she's having this huge reaction to seeing his arm, but then they're showing his face with a bullet hole in it and his identification, like name and number underneath his chin, and she's not reacting at all. And they send the jury out, and we think it's over. We're all ready to take a pee break or whatever. And the judge says, I just want to address one thing. Donna, in terms of emotional outbursts, basically, you need to keep your shit together. You can't be shaking your head. You can't be pitching a fit. You can't be throwing a temper tantrum. You can't be acting like a kid that didn't get candy at the checkout of the grocery store. Like, we can't be doing this. You can't be doing this. Like, the jury can't. She's trying to sway the jury because the jury is only supposed to go by the evidence, what is presented by the judge, not you pitching, having this whole, the display was just as fake as, Wendy's. It's just as fake as stupid Fulford up there going, oh, Dan, he was shot. Like, nobody cares. Nobody thinks that this is real. You had no tears. And he told her basically to stop her bullshit and stop acting like an absolute mess in the middle of court, that she can't be doing that. And of course, she still is like rolling her eyes and everything. She can't help herself. She genuinely can't help herself. Like, she can't help herself, won't help herself. She's never had to control any part of her. She's Donna fucking Adelson, She is as egotistical as everybody else in that family. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. It's been a great week. I've loved spending time with everybody. I swear to God, I go in other lives all the time, and we hands down have the absolute funniest group of people in here. I love each and every one of you so very much. And I appreciate you. And it looks like we're going to be seeing our little baby Wendy Pooh on the stand. Where I bet you she'll be in that same dress. And I think it's hilarious that people got pictures of her today because she's gonna be in that same damn dress. So thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Tracy, Germain. Thank you, Tom, Hotshot, GLF, Spirit Seeker, Amy, Sub Rosa, Devo, if you're still in here, Jill, Amy, MM. I really love everybody. Kim, I had a great day today. I'm so excited that this is on finally. And I will see you. Hopefully I'll be able to get my camera back by then. But you guys have a good weekend. Rest up. We have a lot of snark to bring on Monday. So sharpen your fingernails.